There is no one alive today. He's the most targeted, all negative from the left. You're talking 60 million woke liberal American Karens that want to see him killed. And when Charlie Kirk was assassinated on this app, they were dancing. We should go to politically correct right now. Cut in. Let me live stream politically correct, and you will hear people laughing, dancing, so happy that the correspondence dinner was canceled. These people are sickening.
Right, who were acting this way, because I have people, the Nick Fuentes fuckers who were finding out was funded probably by the Southern Poverty Law Center that is getting sued. So it was a psyop, which I had a feeling I said something like this. He's really hurt the right a lot with his anti-Israel stance and this shit, and has drawn a line in the sand. So bad, they're rooting for America to fail in this. They want China to fucking take over as leaders. It's crazy. The TDS. So we're dealing with a TDS here. From the left,
so are they all leaving? They're leaving? Is it over? Is it canceled?
I don't know.
It looks like they're all leaving.
I would cancel.
Get over your fucking TDS.
They're probably going.
You know, this president's got serious issues, but this is wrong. Are they leaving? I think it's canceled.
They're probably going to a different room. It's too.
This president has serious issues. This president has serious courage. This president has serious patriotism. This president has serious love for country. And how dare you come in here during another assassination attempt and say that Donald Trump has problems? You got fucking problems. Hello? We got a president that we can trust and that we know we can trust, and the president we wanted to defeat the left woke, to defeat the Islamic terrorists around the world that think we should pay them jizz tax. Hello?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
You're an idiot. You're ad hominem projecting onto me. You're the idiot. You're the idiot that you accuse other people of being. Do you see how ad hominem projection works now? Idiot.
I still find this very interesting. Really, there's no. I don't think CNN hasn't tweeted. I haven't even gone to their stupid TV, area. I don't know.
We don't even know what the fuck happened right now. Like,
it's very interesting.
Calm down. Very interesting. Chill out, dude. You need to.
Trying to talk. What are you doing? The only people able to get through are the people that are usually like the foreign people. You know what I mean? Like Marty and Knopfall, obviously, he's the only one so far that's recorded. Oh, except for Dick Story, he didn't get through. But
it's on CNN.
This film is going on 25 minutes. Probably more than that. It's crazy. There's nothing.
It's CNN's reporting it. What are you talking about? Mario Narfall tweeted CNN.
This is the comedy for the night. Is it all? That's what I'm. Is this the comedy?
I don't know. How funny are you?
I mean, I don't know. This is funny as the show's right now.
What are you talking about?
I was looking forward to seeing this tonight. Thought it was gonna be funny, but
oh, well, sorry. Are you saying you came in here knowing this was gonna happen? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, I came in here wishing you guys all the best.
I heard you. What's wrong with you now? What's wrong with you?
I didn't even know that. I just want to get
more videos. Yeah, more videos coming out. What's up, Beaver? He hasn't been shot up, Beaver. Thank God. I'm glad that he was okay.
If she's speaking, she's talking. She's just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Not storm. Such an extraordinary moment where you have all cities talk for such an event to have happened. You said from the room above the ballroom. Did you hear those sounds as well?
No, I did not. It was a very calm meeting. The dinner was proceeding as usual. As course, people are having conversations. We just heard about CBS News, the president of the Last Correspondents Association, has just given brief remarks. The room seems to be looking forward to hearing from the president. Several high-ranking officials, including the vice president, and other cabinet level officials were in the room. The press secretary, Caroline Levitt, also was introduced, along, of course, with the president and the first lady. And there was a sense that this was a rare instance where, Caroline and the administration is known, of course, to be very compatible at the time. In this particular case, did come to this dinner, and the president was definitely remarks. We saw anticipated what he would say, along with the work code, what was told, he would establish with the press on receiving round of applause when he was introduced. And certainly there was a sense among many members of the press that they wanted to hear what he had to say. And then there was a sense of surprise, shock that with this situation unfolded. I heard some surprises out tonight that this event, which is meant to celebrate the First Amendment and honor journalism, was impacted in this way. And the president,
I think there might be putting plastic up there measuring the podium.
For those remarks were made. Again, Secret Service came in here. Again, I was sitting with
I think they might be putting glass around them like the poop test. Oh gosh, I think they might be. That's their measuring.
Told him to get down. Everyone got down immediately on the floor.
I'm on mute now.
This is going to be the most glorious roast of all time. This is going to be a roast for the history books. Donald Trump is going to take a blowtorch, a flamethrower, and he's going to go to scorched earth against the liars, the hypnotists, the mass media propagandists that want to demoralize America, confuse America, cause chaos in America. He's going to roast these fucking pigs, and it's going to be a glorious barbecue. So get your toasted bread, get your butter, get your barbecue sauce, because we are having pig meat for dinner tonight. Hello?
Well, it's true, though, man. I mean, I'm just looking at this subjectively here, and these same assholes that were telling everybody that Ukraine was somehow winning against Russia. They're not. And I know that's sad to some people. I'm not rooting for Russia. I was always like, how the fuck are they saying the Ukrainians are winning? I mean, they were saying that the Russians are running out of ammo and we're fighting with shovels 3 years ago. Those shovels 3 years ago. This is the media.
They are doing pretty fucking well, actually. Ukraine actually is teaching us drones shit. Do you realize how much we're learning from Ukraine, dude? They are doing quite well, motherfuckers. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but it is pretty fucking kick-ass what they've done. I'm being serious. No, when you... Dude, seriously. We're learning from this motherfucker.
Do you mind not interrupting me?
Seriously.
Do you mind not interrupting me?
Facts. These are
Do you
facts.
mind not interrupting me? So I'm not saying that Ukrainians aren't putting up a valiant fight, okay? And I'm not rooting for the Russians here. But the only reason Ma'am, stop interrupting me. Hey!
They're teaching us how to work with Iran.
Can you guys please move her down? Like, she's just...
Not follow you, Ron.
Alright.
It's one station left on the side of the swamp wall. We got
Jesus, fuck, man. Why do we always have these retarded, like, drunk Persian women? They're just stupid, dude. Anyway,
continue.
yeah, so... Yes, they're putting up a valiant fight. I'm not saying that, but it's because the Americans and the Western
I
alliance...
mean, you don't even know how to fight.
Would you shut the fuck up? Shut up!
Stupid, dude. That's not cool either. You're like, I mean,
You're
that's
making
your...
it sound
seriously.
You don't
I can't even talk every time I try to Jesus. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to raise my blood pressure because we got retarded Persians that can't be moved on. So, it's just ridiculous. Oh, yeah? I'm not worried about that. 2011.
Now, we shouldn't even respond to that shit.
Yeah. Well, what I'm just saying though is that it's just sad though that we, just sad about the leftist media that roots against America and their interest. You know what I mean? We're not only trying to disarm the mullahs from being bullies so they don't have nuclear weapons, but also one of the biggest things people don't understand is that we're trying to make sure that petrodollar survives and that BRICS in China doesn't take over. So in Venezuela, the Chinese were buying sanctioned oil that was cheap, and they were getting it through their shadow fleet. They were, putting it over there. So we can still allow the Chinese to buy Venezuelan oil, but it's going to be through the American dollar, through the petrodollar, which is going to, make sure it survives. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation against China, we can do that. Same thing in Iran. The Chinese were buying 25% of their oil, sanctioned oil, cheap oil, from Iran. We're making factories here. That's because we're afraid of the Chinese locking that down, the semiconductor world. And also we want to make sure we have a three-pronged approach. So we have a three-pronged plan to fight the Chinese on the water. But that's militarily, but we want to make sure that we can blockade oil in all these choke points around the world if we have to in a military situation. So it's important.
When you see the Chinese the Taiwanese prime minister shaking hands with President Xi, and they're kind of repairing their relationship, what does that make you think or feel?
That's not a good situation. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I think that they're kind of in an appeasement stage, Neville Chamberlain thought he could appease Hitler in World War II. And so they caught the Germans going against the Treaty of Versailles, which they were building a military that was over 100,000. They had a giant military. Well, because they wanted to appease them, they just let it go. Then they started pushing for Czechoslovakia at the time. And so the Allies appeased them. Neville Chamberlain gives them the Sudetenland and allows them to take it, I guess. Well, they appease them and they take the Sudetenland and just let them go with it. And so finally, man, they just realized they weren't, the Germans weren't going to stop. And when they invaded Poland, that was over with. Neville Chamberlain finally fucking resigned, realizing he can't negotiate with these people. And there comes fucking, Winston Churchill. So I think that's kind of the situation here. So.
This is going to be the biggest White House press correspondents' dinner of all time. This shooting guarantees the highest ratings that Donald Trump and any president has ever gotten for any correspondence dinner of all time. This show is going to be a knockout blow to the liberal leftist media.
How many fucking accounts do you need over here? I mean, you're running for Congress like 16 times over here.
So, looks like they're sitting at the DNE there, or not?
Yeah.
They're sitting at the podium because he's probably going to speak on this event, huh? What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look at all the security.
They really want him dead.
Yeah, I know. That's 3 times now.
3 times that you know about. Again, this is the most targeted man alive.
Weird. I came here to give you. I thought it was gonna be funny, and then all of a sudden fucking happened? Who's the lady on stage that said, like, are you, because my TV was on, I just muted. That's really weird that happened. It sucks. Bummer. I'm glad hopefully no one's hurt. I mean, sucks though. I was kind of just chilling. I have a question.
Go chill.
What makes you know what? This is a funny. Be nice, Melinda. How about that? Okay, start from there. Okay, be nice.
Well, we're so sorry your Saturday night was interrupted by a possible assassination attempt on our great president. Hopefully next Saturday you'll have a better Saturday when there's no assassination attempt and you're feeling much better positive vibrations. Hello?
We should still have Carlos Rossi, so we're not off the hook yet.
I'm sorry, I don't even understand what
Top of
you're
the
talking
line,
about.
Ryan. Carlo Rossi. Up the line, Ryan.
This was
That
so
shit
long
sucks.
in place of Taiwan and Iran because both these countries were not diplomatically solved by Henry Kissinger during the time. And now we need, for example, that kind of solution in this moment because it was not there in that time.
They also hate Kash Patel with a fucking passion. The left hates Kash Patel. Every second that they get to say Kash Patel is drunk, even when he's sitting there having a good time. Hello? Hello?
Hear it or should I turn it off?
Yeah, go for it.
DC and the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where President Trump and other high-ranking White House officials have been evacuated from the Washington Hilton after loud noises were heard in the lobby or close to the ballroom. This is happening right now. This is video taken from the White House Correspondents' Dinner just a short time ago, where witnesses described hearing what sounded like gunshots at a loud room near the ballroom where the president was supposed to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. He and other high-ranking officials swiftly evacuated. Secret Service has been sweeping the room since this happened. NBD's Gabe Gutierrez is at that dinner. He is live on the phone for us to tell us exactly what has happened and what's going on.
If you want me to mute it, let me know, okay? I have no problem.
Did Trump get shot? If he gets shot, then
I don't think so.
I'm listening right now.
That was all right.
A few minutes ago, President Trump and several high-ranking officials, cabinet members, as you mentioned, were suddenly evacuated by Secret Service as this Correspondents Association dinner was just starting to get underway. The president had been introduced. Star Spangled Banner had played. There were brief remarks by the president of the White House Correspondents Association welcoming the president, welcoming Trump administration officials, and also thousands of journalists in the room.
I heard that Trump will be coming back again.
For dinner, the salad course, after we awaited the president's remarks. All of a sudden, Secret Service agents burst into the room, the different portions of the room, gathering around the cabinet level officials. The president was evacuated along with the vice president, the first lady,
Yeah,
and
we're here at the
other
president
officials from the
dinner.
Trump administration. It's unclear exactly what led to that evacuation. We have spoken with one witness.
After loud noises were heard in the lobby or close to the ballroom. This is happening right now.
Or two gunshots from an adjacent room to the ballroom, possibly above the ballroom. It's not, we don't have confirmed that there was that gunshot, but that's what, according to one
That's a big fucking room. Sorry, there's a lot of people in there. It's kind of a overwhelming. It's a lot of people. It's scary, dude.
I can tell you from my vantage point, I was sitting at the same table with Secretary Bergo. He was approached very quickly by Secret Service agents, told to get on the ground. Other journalists in the vicinity, as well as myself, also got on the ground. And I did not hear any gunshots or anything that sounded like them. It was just an incredibly sudden interruption to the evening. This is, of course, a very significant night here in Washington. The first time that President Trump, as president, had attended this dinner. There was a lot of high anticipation to what he would say. But again, this evening interrupted very, very suddenly. and we're just now trying to sort out what happened and whether this dinner will continue now that the president has been evacuated.
Dave, thank you. Please stand by. We want to mention we understand the president at one point was on his way back. Listening right now, it's unclear whether he made it back yet or if he plans to return. As we were told, the dinner would be resuming tonight. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Hake, who is outside the Washington Hilton for us right now. Garrett, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
There's enormous confusion right now about what's taking place inside the ballroom and in the blocks around it here in Northwest Washington, D.C. On a big section of things in Florida Avenue, about a block and a half now south of the. It's jumped in the building. Everyone's kind of it's clear that the president has been evacuated from the ballroom, but not necessarily from the property at large. The police limousine, at least one of them, is still spotted outside as we're coming out. There is still significant both police and Secret Service presence here outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. But anyone who essentially got up out of the ballroom asked to keep moving and get outside. This is a highly secured event between the president and attends. We've asked the Secret Service presence here. The Metropolitan Police Department, that's Washington's local police department, is here, as are a host of other federal agencies who participate in securing events at which the president and vice president both participate, which are few and far between. We saw them in force when those reports of gunshots first came out. I could hear some noise loudly from it sounded like the room above us, which would make sense with the reporting that some kind of disturbance in the lobby. But then we saw the tactical unit. That's not the men in suits, but the folks in SWAT-like body armor and heavy weaponry coming into the room very quickly, covering the president and first lady, and subsequently checking on, covering, and removing the other service and Capitol Police protectees who were in the room. The Speaker of the House, much of the congressional leadership. It is extraordinarily rare outside of the State of the Union to have this many of the country's top officials under one roof. It's the first time in his years as president. The president has attended both he and the vice president. Quickly, again, escorted from the room. There is no indication in all this up to now.
Some to really dance all kinds of music. All the people, nations, and languages fell down and worshipped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Wherefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came near, and
correspondents are okay. Let's head over now to NBC News Now. We will conclude this special report here on NBC Network right now. We'll wrap up tomorrow.
So, I think that's.
So, for the record, Lisa 420's room has the title "Trump has been shot." Just shows you just how sick people can get, you know.
Yeah, that's they want this to happen for sure. And they're definitely celebrating anything like this, which is pretty sick. So it shows what type of people they are, and I don't know. I think people need to be fucking watched, man. Like, they are so anti-American, it's sick to me. I wish they'd get on a fucking boat and get the fuck out of here. Whatever country you think is better than America, go to it, please. Get out of here.
Well, they don't say American people. They say our people. Our people. Not American people. Our people.
So, honestly, unless you guys have facts, please present them. I'm being serious.
Hello?
Doesn't sound like
Are you defending this?
Hello?
No, I'm honestly saying we really don't know. Please, I'm being serious. I'm confused. I'm just shocked this fucking happened. I'm pissed. Okay, anyway.
Okay, everybody, we are going to do something amazing. We are going to cross-stream politically correct. Here we go. This is politically correct. Just listen to how demonic these people are.
He was inside
Service, the FBI, like, who's responsible for security?
I don't think anybody here knows that.
It's very choppy, but clearly they don't understand who's responsible for the security of our president. Hello?
It just doesn't sound smart. Like, you mean your big plan was to run up to the gate and shoot at one Secret Service member?
If they shut down the event, it's a win. It's always a win with these people. If they stop an event, if they stop themselves from being exposed, it's a win for them. If they stop the event, that's a major win for the left because they're about to get destroyed, obliterated, annihilated, sent back to oblivion where they belong. Hello?
Until they stop some fundraiser, so people can't like start.
All I think that you guys don't stop anything. It's like galvanize. All they do is galvanize. It's like, you know, when they made him a felon, trying to make him a felon, they were thinking that was gonna, flip base or something. You guys made him stronger. And them trying to kill him, it makes people who have a brain realize, man, then if they're trying to kill him, then he's right over the target. He really is doing something. You know, I mean, obviously. Even to the deep state and the democracy it's just coming in, so it's not perfect, but I think that I think some guy tried to, from what I can hear, I mean, obviously some guy went in the lobby, was going to try to probably shoot his way in there. I mean, he wasn't going to make it, but he was trying to at least fuck shit out of me. I'm trying to delay it. And he got dusted right in the lobby.
So there was the shooter was bouncing from the president according to the
White House right now. And he said he's going to definitely go back, so they're trying to like sort that out.
He wants to be like serious about like, you know, but we don't even know, dude, like, so you could just even get back the lobby. That's good. This is fucking nuts. I don't like these fucking guys. I'm just glad I wasn't in that room because there are so many people in that room. Like a fire, like they're allowed to have. That's one of the reasons because of people in that room. I mean, seriously, if you get out of there, it's not, that would be a fucking clusterfuck.
Are you in time zone or are you in there too late?
I'm a little bit claustrophobic, but that's a big problem. When it happened, they didn't really know where to go. If there was a storm there, I'm surprised that they actually had it set up that they will not be able to set up like that again. I can't see that. Because there was didn't even look like safety from a fire. Like there's so many people. I think there's going to be 2,000 people in the room. You can see the room. You look at the room. It's really big. I can understand all the way. I don't know. I'm curious to know if anyone else has got like 1,500 people. And their tables are full. I mean, I don't know how they would if there was a shooter in there. I'm just surprised they put that many people in there. People that came around with guns.
No, they probably couldn't have some guy who was in there to be shot like, you know, like when the St. Dutch and Barrel or whatever. Here's the thing, man. The Secret Service and the security forces were not allow that to happen.
And I have recommended that let the show go on. And I just like seeing it on TV right now.
They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be and we'll just play. Just
I don't just put me in with everyone on Saturday. I really would. I wanted to see if anyone was curious about what corresponded to them. And people were like, started, saying, yeah. And that's really, and then all of a sudden, like, the lady, I don't.
Trent Jr.
say Trump.
He's feeling quite gangster right now. You know what I'm saying?
But you know, there's other stuff, like there's a lot of people that like, feel like that.
Stores. All right, lady, chill out. We heard it enough. Damn it. Pepe, what's up, man? What do you think?
Well, so far, I don't know. Was it a lefty?
Alright. So recap.
Was it a lefty? No, I'm just saying, like, you know, what's going in my mind? Is a lefty? Could it be an Islamic terrorist? Could it be? I don't know.
You said earlier, man, that like,
Like I said, I think this is after Washington.
I was saying that earlier.
Which I
Like, you're kind of pissed off.
sorry, I don't
You
know.
have to tell a story.
So I think
You can kind of see the magnetometer right now. So it's not right quite. It's right before. Looks like you would get into the lobby before you get into the point where they hit you with the magnetometer. It's not far, but that's possible. It's like he was able to come from the street and get to the magnetometer. Once you hit the magnetometer, and that's where he
trying to get
touched
into the, like, they would have had to have seen a weapon.
Yeah.
I'm guessing for them to take a lethal shot. So did he have a gun drawn and he's making his way towards the area, you know, where Trump was? Who knows? I'm wondering, like, that will say a lot.
Matt shared that video here.
That's what I was thinking. Like, send everybody home and just get on the telephone.
There's a lot of other things that get into them damn niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? I bought tickets for out there paying $700,000 for the dinner here and the rest of the body to eat.
Somebody just tried to shoot the place.
No, I get it. I'm saying, but that's how their mindset is. It sounds like some people stayed in it. They're still hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Not sure. We don't need a gunshot. We out of there. We're not coming back. I paid too much money to get in.
Those people got the money.
The dangerous part about shit like that, though, is the dangerous part of shit like that is when is that of course the services get paid for this.
Oh, they coming back in, y'all. They coming back through.
There can be something that happens
I'm
like that.
watching Fox
Like
now.
when they're in motion. In other words, while they're evacuating, you know, during the chaos, there's a lot of shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the secret, I don't think that the correspondence center or something you can just drive up to and just, hey, I'm going to show up. I'm pretty sure there's layers. Right. So hold on, man. Right. So I'm pretty sure there's layers to that shit. It would be harder to even get to that correspondence. Sounds a little weird. I think, even get that from the wall. It's a little strange.
Next week, the back of the store. So this is usually Trump hasn't shown up. So the thing is, this is
Hello?
not.
No, he was planning on this. He was planning on this. No, this was planned days in advance. No, they were talking about this dinner. They were talking about this dinner weeks ago. Yes, they were going to have Trump there.
It doesn't look like it was orchestrated.
Yes, they were.
I just want to say that in Patty's politically correct room, a speaker on the stage said, why would it just be one person shooting out at the front in the entrance? That's a losing plan. Why would they do that? As if they were disappointed that it wasn't a more sophisticated attack on the president. That's the type of sick, disgusting, homicidal pieces of shit that live in Patty's bullshit politically correct room of Democrat, Marxist, communist, anti-American terrorists, part of the Muslim Caliphate. I am complete.
Focus on your own room, okay? Focus on your own room. How about that?
Thank you for your service, John. Appreciate it. It's good to watch the terrorists, man. I appreciate it. We need to watch these type of people. See, that's the thing is, we watch people in our country, like, you know, and we want to call these fuckers out, these anti-American assholes. You know, I'm tired of them. I'm not pro-American.
I think he's pro-Trump.
Why do you think that? But I think he's pro-American.
See, Pepe, when you say Trump is pro-Trump, that's actually you saying Pepe's pro-Pepe. That's Pepe projection. You see how projection works now, Dr. PP?
on a second. I don't think a draft dodger like him could ever.
Got your ass, Dr. PP. Got your ass, Dr. PP.
And I sure as fuck don't think he takes it.
You're in the matrix, baby.
Pepe, you know the alternative though, right? What's the so I want to. Were you like disappointed that Kamala didn't win, or what?
No, fuck Kamala. I voted for Trump 3 times.
Well, then what's your deal with him, man? I mean, like, why are you dying on these dumb old hills, dude?
Because he's been a fucking disaster since with his stupid fucking tariffs, his starting fucking wars for a foreign country, what else? He shut the border off. I don't watch that. I don't watch that homosexual.
I thought you were homosexual.
When
it comes to we shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth, you obnoxious drunk bitch.
Thank you.
Somebody had to tell her. Holy shit. When it comes to Trump, I just he closed the border. That is the least he could have fucking done. The bare minimum responsibility he had. Everybody said he isn't really deporting them. It's just he said he had to say to get along with him. And I just think he's nonsense. I mean, what has he really done for this country?
Well, I would argue that BRICS, right? I've talked about this earlier. BRICS is an alliance that is right now economic, right? If you have to announce,
BRICS is worthless, dude. That shit wasn't going to harm the United States. These fucking tariffs, this disaster.
The tariffs! The tariffs taxing foreign governments and manufacturers. The horror of a tax on illegal immigrants. Pepe. Listen, you guys heard it first from Pepe's mouth. He is a Nazi accelerationist who actually projects onto Trump how much Pepe hates America. Because Donald Trump loves America. Unlike Pepe, this fake Republican who I guarantee you has never voted in a single American election. Pepe is the biggest anti-American fraud on this app, and Dr. Pepe is nothing but a Nazi accelerationist, white supremacist, racist. You fucking little midget, fucking Goomba little faggot.
Go take your side.
Choose the national security over.
No, he didn't. No, I don't want to listen. I have to listen to
you choose.
No, this is bullshit. I have to
choose the money.
No.
I can't concur with Pepe for one. This is a big deal. I agree with Pepe.
He's
This is the first time for me. I agree with Pepe. This is the first time for me. I agree with Pepe. I don't think it's necessary the first time I see him take Pepe, concur with Pepe.
Is this Sarah? Is this Sarah? It's not crazy version Sarah.
No, that's our Karen clone.
Oh, Dr. Sarah?
No, she's
crazy version Sarah.
I get really sick and annoyed. So there's like another room. It's called like War Room, whatever. And I get along with Rafi and I get along with the Jews here on Clubhouse, but they obviously have their own fucking bent when it comes to supporting Trump check the person, and the Asian diaspora has their own fucking band for why they are supporting me, that it is for the greater good and that anything good is going to come out of it. That was the whole fucking problem. If he doesn't solve the problem, but it ends up fucking up the economy, costing a lot of money, people lose their lives, and it literally there was no point in doing it. You caused harm instead of doing anything good.
It caused so much harm, and the thing is, those countries, we could be like doing so much better for the whole nation. I'm not fucking kidding you. This is a joke. Like, whatever is wrong, but on every level. That's the thing, is like every fucking level.
Yeah, like these tariffs. Why would Trump put on tariffs and cause all these taxes on these imports that we don't want in this that country? That's a quote from Pepe, the 4'6" midget, the fake America First, the fake Republican, the fake Trump supporter Pepe, the Nazi accelerationist scumbag. Hello?
He's a bad person. That's a fucking fact. I'm sorry, but don't ruin the goddamn reality. You learn fucking facts. Make money. That are not healthy. You don't have to
You're a bad middle class woman. You could really probably survive that. See, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Japan actually became the second largest economy in the world because of a protectionist policy using tariffs, protecting their industry. That's when we used to get Hondas and Toyotas and dirt bikes and fucking Walkmans and all that badass shit. You know, and
I'm sorry.
please stop talking. God, I have to just finish what I'm saying and then you can respond. But Japan, despite what Pepe says, became the second largest economy in the world. And that was through a policy of protectionism. That's tariffs, protecting their industry. So we are the largest economy in the world, man. We're the most attractive market also. So putting tariffs on our goods is a good thing. Protecting our industry, hold on. Yeah, it is. We're protecting our industry.
Even the Republicans have all largely left at the even Republicans have all largely left. Most of the Republicans have laughed at the tariffs, saying how it's so stupid.
You know that they're retarded when they can't even keep their monthly mouth shut for a while?
Why do you think the
It's just crazy.
Supreme Court
It's got to be Pepe and Steve off the mic.
they even fucking know that the tariffs are illegal. They also don't work well for their economy, dude. It's stupid shit. It's a fucking fact. And I happen to know economics on my own honesty, so I'm completely blatantly fucking ignorant on our stupid shit, dude.
Man, Persians are crazy, dude. Persian women, don't ever date them, gentlemen. Don't ever date a Persian. Trust me. God, dude. Listen to these crazy fucks. You ever met a level-headed Persian woman on Clubhouse, please? Every one of them's nuts. Sarah, Steve, every one of them, BB, every fucking one of them are nutcases. Bring a little bit of fucking Persian wine and do this shit.
It's not like you're definitely, an angel, like the king.
See, the real problem with Persian women is that they're all princesses.
Reasonable, respectful. And you're
Most men can't afford them, and I sure as fuck wouldn't want to have to pay for one. And yeah, it just Persian women are a no.
God.
My boss would bring me
Has no opinion population. Christian men does not have a women does
Okay, I didn't like watching
cannot
that
be
happen.
included
Right?
in one Christian.
Okay, that was not fun. I didn't like that. Okay.
Persian women give you rug burn with their mustaches.
Who cares?
94 million people.
Hello?
How can you
It's
prescribe the
Are you
people
guys retarded?
as for people basis?
Shut up, Peter. Oh, so they want to leave the premises now? Yes. Oh, they're edging it now. They're rescheduling.
Nobody was hurt. He, the first lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
Wow, what a dark night.
The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. Wow, a joke. I mean, whoa. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And then he wanted to do it tonight.
You know, what I don't get is, like, how many times have they tried to kill Trump, and they call anybody showing up with a gun to try to get Biden, even once?
Obama said that, dude. Like, I remember some hillbillies got caught for some plot they made, but this is crazy, right?
Not a week from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms and First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are.
Holy shit.
I saw all the people reporting, and that's what we do.
Overall, this isn't a big deal. We have the Secret Service
correspondent. She's so sweet. And she takes journalism really seriously. And now they just canceled the whole night. The whole thing is
Well, it ruined her night. She's still upset. See, you're still upset. This ruined your night, didn't it? You just wanted to have positive chill vibrations?
I wanted a little humor. Now there's no humor, okay? Again,
vibrations on your fucking brain. You need fucking electric shock therapy, John.
And then all of a sudden I thought it was like everything was pulling out. One day I thought it would be funny, and then you guys said that it was funny, and then literally I was in this room, and the lady's like, "Are you watching the TV right now?" I don't know the lady's name, and she said there was a shooting when I was speaking about this. I can't believe it. It's really weird.
So see, are you Persian?
I don't know if I want these people to be funny,
Oh, damn it!
I don't know.
See, are you Persian?
I don't want it, and no one got hurt, but
Okay, see, are you Persian?
no, I'm not Persian. I don't know why they're saying, but
What are you?
I'm Irish. Yeah.
Oh, you're Irish. Okay. Well, you guys are in the trash of Europe.
Yeah. Nothing. Just chilling at home. What are you doing?
Not much. I think really good Shabbos. I missed the Lincoln. I missed the shooting by like an hour.
What the Trump thing?
No, there was a shooting in Lincoln Square.
For what?
Active shootings are still going on.
Oh, you were there?
They shot a cop. No,
Oh, I see.
I went to the synagogue, and then after synagogue, I walked through there.
Oh, I see.
And the shooting was at like 12:30. I just missed it.
It's so crazy. These aldermen are acting like news agents. They go to Facebook Live and create videos like, "I am on the ground live at the Swedish Covenant shoot." I'm like, oh my God, that's not even.
That's Lincoln Square. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not even your ward, alderman. But thanks for trying to get some more social media points.
Like storm chasers.
Dude,
yes, let's go.
You know how.
You
know how Terry that Terry Newsom can't be trusted and that he's a piece of shit? One is any kind of fucking guy that wears those stupid headphones like consistently, like in the same way that Eric Angerer keeps his Bluetooth clip in his ear. It's like a sign of autism and like retardation. But
it's
also,
a complete lack of self-awareness. It's almost like I had something in my hand that I was like,
it's their blankie. It's their fucking blankie. These are children. These are blankies. And then also Terry's hair plugs. That's the other thing is, the guy, those are all just hair plugs. It's a lot of graphs. You got to give it to him. He's got got like the $50,000 package.
Exactly, I judge him for caring about looks for so much. That's the most annoying part, but the weird part. But what's it called? Are we live right now?
Yeah, I'm always live when I'm at home.
Wait, let me know if you're trying to come out.
Come out? I'm already out of the closet. Hello?
Oh, no, I might go to an establishment because I didn't realize that bars have a lot of fun stuff that isn't alcohol related. Like, like the boxing game.
Yeah, that's what
I was looking for doing that. And also, I think I'm much better in person than like on the dating apps. So,
Well, you should do both. So, because one acts as the filter for the other.
But yeah, let me know if you're trying to go to bars later at 10:30.
Oh, I did get a ticket today. Do you want to go to an event?
Which one?
Let me get the email. I went out last night. There weren't too many people out, but the fucking band that I saw was amazing.
I went out Thursday night.
Where'd you go?
We'll talk after we're not live. But,
oh, like you think anybody watches my live? Nobody watches this. If you watch
you
it,
sound like such a fan.
If they watch it, that means
don't
that.
Give a shit.
Okay, get a ticket.
I'm saying, like, we really can't. Everything, we can't lie to you. Because like, I'm a cool cop, and you just tell me it's what it is. I would go, actually, we just gotta finish for like documentary purposes. We gotta know. What's in the bag?
Well, I sent you a screenshot. Google that and get a ticket, or you gotta download the app Access. It's May 30th. Pretty sure it's like EDM music, but I think it's a Castaways, which is I think the boat over there in like Lincoln Park area.
Who the fuck is Lee Burridge and Oliver Kalinsky? I thought that was like you. I'm like, what? What kind of op are you running?
Well, they know my cousin Danny Dubinstein.
No, I'm saying that's the name of the artist.
I know, but my cousin Danny Dubinstein is friends with the artists.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I'm just kidding.
This is 4 p.m. though.
Yeah, it's a day party, bro.
Oh, it's not daytime.
And Jared got a ticket, and this other guy Andrew that I know, he got a ticket, so
Nice.
that's what I'm going to. I saw as soon as the press conference thing, correspondence dinner, you know, people were worried there was a shooter. Like Pete Hegseth got up and just like walked out right away. He's like, bye. And did you see Melania? She got down real quick. She didn't even care about Donald. She just got the fuck down.
Well, it's all fake, man. All the world's a stage, as Shakespeare said.
No, it was a real shooting.
I'm saying, but like all the world's a stage.
Yeah, no shit. Thanks, Dr. Philosopher. Where are you gonna go tonight? What are you gonna do tonight?
What?
What did you have in mind to have a beverage tonight?
The Shana House, whatever.
The what?
This fun establishment in River North.
I never heard of it.
Shenanigans, I think.
You know, it's actually kind of cold out. Do you know the #1 destination for nightlife?
It was, I mean, it's cooler now, but like, you know, I did the walk this morning.
Do you know Wrigleyville is like the #1 nightlife destination in Chicago?
I might be down. Yay.
I mean, I don't really want to go.
No, that's too young for me, honestly.
Too young for you?
Yeah, Wrigleyville, I feel like it's kind of a lot of like college kids.
You're opposed to meeting a beautiful 26-year-old girl that likes talking to you? I'm so confused. Are you in the closet?
No, he's in college. That's like 18 to 22. I'm 26.
Oh, Rabbano Shalom. Well, you know, the whole world's turning Muslim, so you might as well just start dating young anyways.
No, that's enough in common. What we can talk about, man? What we can talk about?
Yeah, well, turns out that Darren Bailey, yeah, my dad sent me a video about PSI, and I was like, bro, I was like,
KSI, the freaking streamer.
I don't know who that is.
Clavicular.
Oh, clavicular. Oh, did you see the video of him having the girl arrested who slapped him in the nightclub that he owns?
No.
Oh, dude, he's like, I'm gonna press charges against you. He's like, yeah, you're so fucked right now. She's like, fuck you. He's like, security, arrest this bitch. His security took her down. It was so funny.
That's hysterical.
Clavicular. But anyways, I mean, yeah, I mean, it turns out that Darren Bailey is gay. Hi, friends. It's so fucking gay.
It's so and you see now he's pro union. He's pro unions at public universities. He thinks you're not getting paid enough in Illinois State. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's our Republican guy.
Dude,
that's going on. Is that they're not getting paid enough in Illinois State? Get the fuck out. And the public universities and public schools in Illinois get paid so much comparatively.
Bro,
they do such a bad job comparatively. It's just like, shut the fuck up.
Dude,
lower the price of eggs.
These unions are one of the reasons why the cost of everything is so high.
I know it's like it's so embarrassing. It's like you can't even find a good union. He's sucking up to like the Illinois State like service workers union. That's how embarrassing he is right now. That's the best he could do. Not even the entire Illinois State union. There was like 5 to 7 people that like I know people for sure that like had service jobs at universities and might even at this moment. You know, you're live, so I gotta be careful what we say. But those are good paying jobs. And I read the like, you know, the other perspective, and it's kind of they're lying. They're pretending like the average pay is $17 right now. Mm-hmm. When they said 98% is above $17. They're just like misrepresenting like entry level people. And I was looking at the pay, like the pay is not that bad.
Well, Rabono Shalom, another Shabbos is over. Have you ever read?
Today was a very controversial one. It was Leviticus, but it's like don't mess with your neighbor's wife, don't mess with, don't be gay, all this kind of stuff.
Listen to this.
Don't eat blood. Very interesting, because it's living flesh. Because I forgot, reread this Leviticus. This was a deep one. I got to read it.
Listen to this. This is.
It's right after they murked Aaron's kids.
This is the evening.
Because they loved God, though.
Hello? Hello? This is the evening service for the conclusion of the Sabbath. Listen to this. Unto David, blessed be the Eternal my refuge, who instructeth my hands for the combat, my fingers for war, my source of mercy, my fortress, my safer lines, my deliverer. My shield in whom I trust, who subdueth nations beneath my sway. Oh, eternal!
Are you in Command Center A or B?
No, Command Center B.
You gotta name the TV studios.
Television Studio B is recording a bunch of liberal whack jobs right now who said, what kind of a fucking plan is it to storm with one person? What a waste. That's what they just said.
Wow, so there'd be critique if it wasn't done well enough. They're out of their fucking mind.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy?
Not surprised. Yeah, I mean,
It was like, they can't do nothing right. These motherfucking assassins can't do nothing right. Nothing.
They should out of their freaking mind. Don't get filled up. You could find 3 more people.
They're homicidal.
Yeah, it's a death cult. That's why the abortion thing's a big deal, because they worship death.
You know what it is? I realized, I was like, they're technically all Muslim.
What do you mean?
They're in the Ummah. No, they are of the believers. There's only believers and non-believers, and they must be believers. They got to be in the Ummah. Rabbanu Shalom, if you have any debate or conflict amongst you, take it to Muhammad. Muhammad will settle it all. I said Muhammad will settle all debates. And don't forget that it's not just about believing in God. You have to believe that Muhammad is his messenger.
You have to believe that the Cold War, that people are bitter about losing the Cold War. And then there was one theory that basically a lot of the Muslim nations, for good and bad reasons, whatever, have been kind of like teaming up with a lot of like the Soviet Union, like BRICS nations, like Russia, China, and whatnot. And so it's kind of, I don't think it's fair to like pinpoint one group or country, because it's a bunch of people teaming up against America because we're the big.
Yeah, you don't know the Constitution of Muhammad and Islam and the Muslims. You're ignorant.
Yeah.
Because you don't read enough.
I do. I have a clear Quran here. Here's what I got. I got the clear Quran.
Nope, it's not in Quran.
No.
No. It's not in Quran. I'm gonna send you the link.
The laws of Medina. Is that kind of like when he was ruling?
Wait till you see the proclamations that he made to the Jews.
Is it more like his story?
This is in 660 when the Jews got the proclamation and the Constitution of Islam. You know what they all said to each other?
What?
They said, let's move to Europe. I hear they have plumbing there.
Funny.
It's not a joke.
Oh.
Look at the link and go to the section with the text of the document and read. It's basically, it's a gangster charter.
I gotta go.
Okay, take care.
Oh, peace.
Hello?
You have the same fucking doomsday prophecy that are literally trying to corral the Jews into Israel, and so Jesus can cast all of those fucking Jews right into hell.
Unfortunately, a lot of evangelicals don't think that way. Pepe is mischaracterizing evangelicals. That's a very small percentage of evangelicals So when racist Nazi accelerationist midget with spiky hair who has to put mousse and gel in his hair and does a spray tan to go on a podcast, this little neo-Nazi accelerationist racist midget here, who sounds like a little boy talking out of a body, who says, Dad, evangelicals, they think that the evangelicals, that the Jews are going to go back to Israel, and the evangelicals, and the my name is Pepe. My name is Pepe. Pepe.
They want to bring everything toppling down. They want maximum chaos. That is what an accelerationist is. I don't want the fucking chaos. That's the difference between me and an accelerationist. And an accelerationist also seems to believe that somehow when everything comes crashing, that their system that they're going to put up will somehow be magical and better. But we've all lived through this shit countless times. Very few countries make it out to be somewhere you actually want to fucking live. No, I'm not an accelerationist. That's fucking stupid. The only time you should be an accelerationist is if you live in places like North Korea, Venezuela, places where it was you absolutely have no power or control and you're being subjugated and abused. That's my viewpoint.
Yeah, the environmental dehumanists, they're like the worst accelerationists.
Why the fuck is Mountain in here? I'm just so like acceptance of where I'm at. Go to buy the home. Buy the home. Please find the home. I see the endless spit on your face.
Okay, so I just want to say that Pepe is now claiming that he is not an accelerationist, that he is America first. However, don't be confused. This little midget racist who has said the N-word 100,000 times on this app, over 100,000 times of saying the N-word. This little midget boy who sounds like a little boy is now claiming that he's not an accelerationist. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the problem is Islam. The problem is the Caliphate Ummah with the believers versus the non-believers, the theocracy, the union between church and state, which we all know is an injustice. You can't get justice when you got to go to Muhammad for it, because Muhammad wants the blood money. If you don't accept the blood money of Muhammad, you're shit out of luck. You don't get no fucking justice. I rest my case. This little midget boy who sounds like a 12-year-old midget boy in a body with spiky hair and spray tan and a professional podcast photo for a guy that has said the N-word 100,000 times at least in his life, this little schmeckle is complete. I've landed my schmeckle plane. Hello?
California from Russia. That's my main intention to expose.
Trump fucked up. He should have never gotten this war.
Oh man.
It's a fact. I mean, just saying, dude.
This strategy when he's fucking
God.
Peter, you ready to rebuild Iran? Let's make Iran great again. Peter's a builder. Peter's an engineer. What are you going to do in Tehran? What's your first project going to be once the Islamic terrorists are put out of the government and they have open elections in a parliament? Hello?
We use electric cars instead of petrol because Tehran is one of the most polluted capitals of the world. It just means to be worthless.
They're pretty expensive.
You know, in Iran, if somebody murders your dad or murders your brother or murders your sister, you do realize to get justice, you can't get justice. You just get blood money because it's in the Charter of Medina, the Proclamation and Constitution of Islam, written in 660 by Mohammed Abdul, the warlord, pedophile, rapist, serial murderer who declared that all the Jews had to pay jizya to him. That's when every Jew in Saudi Arabia said, you know what? Fuck this place. We're going to Europe where they got plumbing. Muhammad is a psychopath and he wants to kill everybody and us included. And I don't want to be Muhammad's slave. So that's why you got to stand up to the Muslims, stand up to the caliphate. The first Islamic state was in Saudi Arabia with Muhammad. and it's never stopped since 660. It's a huge scam. Muhammad is a fraud and a liar, a scam artist who created a cult MLM. It's a cult, and it's an MLM marketing scheme. Hello?
Shut up, bitch. Let me answer it. Do you know the real reason why? Shut up and let me finish. You shut your mouth. Okay, go. This bitch will not shut up. Do this bitch. So, no, the real reason why the Jews were in fucking Europe, I mean, are you serious? We need to talk about the Romans. About how the Romans ended up forcing them, or the Byzantines ended up pushing them out in the Romans. The Byzantines and the Romans were the ones that ended up pushing most of them in.
Watching this fucking shooting that just what literally happened. So I'm still here. I'm not talking about the Roman Empire. Perhaps I still need this room. So I'm still watching this shit that just happened.
Real ones want to go home, Pepe. So you'll know they're real when they want to go home.
See, this war is actually about getting people to update to 2026. You have to realize that the founders of America, when they separated church and state, was an advancement in human in jurisprudence, in law, in psychology, in philosophy. And that's why we have to obliterate these people still living in 670 AD. We have to update their legal code and get them back into compliance. I am complete.
Nobody can do that.
I like magnets. What's a magnet? What's a magnet? Oh, magnetometer. You're a magnetometer. Okay, so the magnet. I didn't understand.
Just shut up.
That's the magnet takes the guns. That's what that.
Charles here, double vaccinated, triple boosted Canadian maple syrup. Take it away, Charles!
Oh, Peter, I love magnets. Tell me about this.
That's how they detect. There's some that you go through. I like to get the jam.
See, you remember there where you got the machine? That's what that was. That's what that is.
That's what it is? Okay. It's a okay. Okay, cool. I'd be curious to know how.
So did he get shot at that detector?
Yeah, the video. Yeah,
See, that's why I told you. Hold on, see, hold on. See. Oh God.
I get why the laws like arrest these people. I really do.
She's not only wrong,
Yeah, she is.
no, she's not. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, she's good.
Okay, so, all right, let me finish.
Throw her in jail.
Yeah, okay, stop. Now, when it comes to, remember how earlier I said I'm wondering where they shot him and whether or not he was holding a gun? The main reason being is because the Secret Service are not going to shoot you unless they saw a firearm. And so I was wondering, was he trying to access, the secure perimeter past where he was allowed? But I guess that makes sense now. He was caught at the detector.
Yeah, he fired at the Secret Service. He got shot, but he's okay because I guess the vest worked or whatever they're saying. And
He had a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, he made it. He survived.
That's crazy. They shoot the Secret Service. If I recall correctly, I think they still what they use. They use a 357.
5.7. They use 5.7 actually.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, they use a SIG 357 round, which is it has a 357. Hold on. So it has a very powerful charge behind it, so a very high velocity round, and it's also a heavy bullet, and so it's meant to basically no matter what you're wearing, be able to penetrate and not necessarily ballistic armor, but penetrate whatever it is that you're wearing, but have enough kinetic energy to put you on your ass very quickly. So that's interesting that he survived it.
Yeah, there's a video of a guy just face down and the whole deal on it. I think it's
357 SIG is different from a 357 Magnum. I'm not entirely sure what the differences are. 357 Magnum, I've never heard of that being fired out of a semi-auto.
No, I think they're different. I was just confirming, making sure I was speaking the correct. Because it's probably a 357 auto, which was fired.
No, it's called the SIG 357.
It has been confirmed that this is not a white man and it is a Muslim. It has been confirmed that the shooter is an Islamic terrorist. It is a Muslim, confirmed.
Okay, cool. So they do. My dad has a 10 millimeter. I fired it. If you've ever fired one of those from a handgun, it has quite a kick to it. But it's also a very powerful round. That's the minimum round they say you should carry for bear defense. Like, you wouldn't really want to go any less powerful.
I have a 10 millimeter.
Yeah, and so
Fucking nice.
I think a 357 might pack more of a punch than a 10 millimeter.
No, the 10 millimeter actually.
Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and Google it right now.
Check it out.
Yeah, I'm going to say that because you don't want to listen to this later.
Oh my god, dude, this weird game is big.
I want Cowboys to know.
So there are two photos. One is of the shooter. One is of the Secret Service agent who survived the shooting.
That's one. Yeah, show them how ugly you really is.
Go ahead and do it, bitch.
So it does.
This is a cute
It does offer more. It is more powerful because a 10 millimeter is 600 to 750 foot-pounds.
It's 9/11, everybody. 9/11 alert. 9/11 alert. 9/11 alert. 911. 911.
But Alistair always makes stuff up. Last time there was a shooting like this, he was saying it was a trans lesbian woman or whatever. It was wrong. There's no evidence it's a Muslim. There's no proof of the shooter's identity. Just thought I'd share that because I don't know why he has to make sure.
Wrong. There's a photo of the shooter handcuffed with a silver blanket on his head, and he looks like a Muslim. His hair, everything. Looks like he just came out of the caliphate, and the man just got out of the mosque, prepared, ready for war. Hello? Hopefully, after it's confirmed that it is a Muslim Islamic terrorist, every single last illegal alien Muslim that came out of Syria, came out of Turkey, came out of Afghanistan, we will all emigrate them back to their mother countries in chains, on planes.
You fucking Michelin. You're not even a fucking Jew. Now, when it comes to
That isn't ad hominem.
I did say, I can't.
It isn't ad hominem projection. Stop projecting on me. You are the faggot. You.
Definitely not a white guy, that's all I can tell you. He has very brown skin. He could be a black guy. It's hard to tell from the image.
That's what he told me right now. We'll find out if it takes forever.
He's not white. I can guarantee that one right.
If it takes forever, we know that it's probably most likely somebody dark.
No, I mean, you can look at the video. You have this video. I'm looking at it. This dude is dark skin. Dark skin.
So it's going to take forever for the...
It's hard to tell because of the lighting. Whether or not, it was hard to tell in the lighting whether or not he was black. Because that's how dark he is. But he could just be like a darker red person.
If it was a cracker, we'd know by now.
Oh, shit.
Check this out. The ID, the guy, his name is, we have this whole really old thing. Yeah, it's called by what I think. Might be right. But it looks like this 30-year-old Cole Thomas, and he's from Torrance, California.
Might be.
Right down the
Is he a black guy?
They don't say one or the other on the picture. They just say,
That doesn't sound very black, just saying.
yeah, I gotta look that name up.
No, Thomas is a black last name, but
You know what's funny is that the blacks love having Irish last names. And it's very fitting.
They do, it's funny. Shaquille O'Neal.
See, I like people choose their own last names. I didn't really Pepe, but that was pretty dumb.
No, I just think it's funny that it's almost like a troll. It's just like we're gonna give these leagues Irish last names.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, real quick. You look at the video. I don't know if it's the video above, but I got a new video, and the guy's alive. His head's moving around. You guys see?
Yeah, he was moving
still alive.
But it looked like he got in the when you're trained to shoot.
Reason why
They always tell you to shoot like upper center mass whenever you're like that's for everybody, including the Secret Service. And so if he's wearing a ballistic vest, I mean,
yeah.
it makes
The
sense.
reason why I was saying it was 5.7 is because they are replacing a lot of their weapons with a 5.7 caliber because it is armor piercing. It's like in the P90. Carries a lot of fucking rounds and it's a very small caliber. It's a fighting caliber. That's a 5.7. It's in a pistol.
It's a very high velocity, very small. That's a very small round with low energy though.
Punches right through. Shit.
If you get these aren't available to civilians, but you can get the armor piercing rounds that the government can get.
So they could have used that.
But the thing is, though, is they have zero stopping power. Like when you stop a threat, like for example, when you get shot upper center mass, okay, when you end up hitting your aorta and the other ventricles, and then you get your fucking heart, your lungs, everything like that. Your body does not. You're going to be on the ground very quickly. The shock to your system puts you out of the fight, whereas. The small piercing round is like
Absolutely hard. You know what's happening? Obviously, the lake up top is the guy's picture.
Just saying, a 357 would have fucking smoked that guy, bro. It makes sense.
Teacher, supposedly. So he doesn't he's got something going on there, some kind of, I don't know, African / Arab little Afro.
I told you when I saw the video, it was very clear. And in contrast to everybody standing around him, my first guess was black, but it's like I couldn't tell. But he was definitely not white.
Hey, Charles, what's in a Canadian slave last name? In Canada, the slave last names, what is a Canadian slave last name?
They're probably the same as Americans. I'm not sure.
It's probably O'Reilly, O'Neill, McAllister, all McCarthy, that kind of shit.
It's only I don't know. It's only in English and Eastern provinces that had slaves and a handful of French.
They didn't have French slaves in France, did they?
In Quebec we had
in Quebec.
Yeah, like a handful of them. Yeah. There's historically there are definitely some. I'm not a big amount of that bit.
Yeah, thank you,
Disgusting slave owners.
My grandparents were telling me how their parents, when they were kids, didn't let Anglos in their house. Even when they moved to Boston, they didn't let Anglos in their house. They hated Anglos. My grandparents weren't that way, but they fucking hated Anglos for whatever. I don't know. I wasn't alive in the 1800s, so I don't know why they hated him so much.
Sure, Pepe, it makes a lot of sense. You hateful bastard.
No, dude, the Anglos, well, to the Acadians in particular, they were, they fucking stole all their land and then forced them all out, and a bunch of them fucking died. They killed them or they died fleeing. And these were just like peasant, like army or anything like that.
That's cool. No, I believe you. I'm just fucking with you.
Did you see the guy that they apprehended? Shooter. Yeah, Eric Cole, supposedly. Yeah. That's his name? Yeah. Eric Cole from Torrance, California. This is all early on. There's no official that I've seen, but that's what it is so far. But yeah.
Why would he sacrifice himself for stupid shit like this?
No, that was so.
And then he didn't think that he was gonna get.
Did he say anything? Steve Johnson's at the last big corner.
This is why they say it's dangerous for the media to betray a man and say that he's Hitler, because you might get a person believing.
No, they can say that all they want.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, though.
No. You can say
stop Hitler.
This is where the double standard comes from Republicans, and I think they're a bunch of faggots when they do this. See, the problem with the left-wing media is they would call Trump Hitler, and they would call, the people who voted for him a basket of the rebels, say how they're just racist, fascist, all of this stuff. But yet at the same time, they would say, we need to censor hateful, we need to censor hate and disinformation, and we need to, and so they had like this whole censorship thing going along with it. And they also said, what they would also do is say, like, this is stochastic terrorism. When you talk about minorities, when you talk about these people, then it leads people to kill them. And, they blame any mass shooting on Trump. So no, realistically, what you need to do is you need to actually allow both sides without censorship. I mean, I'm being realistic. The only time I approve of censorship is during wartime, because you almost have to do it during wartime. But that's it.
Hey, but with the Southern Poverty Law Center situation and the build-up the last 10, 15 years, like, I didn't believe any of that. Those stats they're spitting out about white supremacy being the major problem in America. And, like, it was all fake to me from the very beginning, but how could you prove it? And you know that the left would use that to either stoke a race war, create a race war, demonize Whitey, the cracker,
But they were doing it to
it's
promote.
very dangerous, though, that this shit is allowed in mainstream.
Sure, but what they did was fraud. And so, in fact, it's a conspiracy. It's one thing to pay informants. It's another thing to, like, pay leaders that are literally the proprietors and perpetrators of events such as Charleston. And somehow say they were informants. No, they were basically wanting these people to gin up the hate and give them some insider information. If hate dies, they lose money. I think their main motivation was just like greed. But this is something that
Just get rid of all the niggers, bro. Just get rid of them.
amazing.
Who the fuck just said that?
But when it comes to the Southern Poverty Law Center, okay. They've been isn't new to most people, but then they use the exact same tactics as the ADL. Which the ADL has been getting called out for the last couple of days by Elon Musk and then even Stephen Miller, which is kind of cool. Stephen Miller's like, no, actually, as a Jew, them using anti-Semitism to smear all of their critics is actually hurting us. And you guys are, basically nothing but, a bunch of anti-American, smear merchants. And
Charles, haven't you stood on stages for
Stephen Miller was there tonight. I haven't seen him in like a month. Stephen Miller was there tonight. I saw it, but
It's all fake, Charles. Don't you owe Clubhouse audience an apology?
White supremacy is real.
Man, I was wrong, though.
Fucking niggers.
There's definitely maybe
Don't let him respond. I wasn't finished.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Who the fuck is Jacob? Nigga, get off your mic right now. Get off your.
You sound fucking handicapped, bro. Shut up.
Your mother is handicapped, a pussy handicapped, bitch. A pussy has a motherfucking stroke on his head. Bitch.
Nigga have a speech about it.
I said, go, Wallace.
I'm drinking.
Open your mouth. Yeah, bitch.
Literally have drink as your profile picture and in the speech impediment.
Your mother pussy got a fucking speech impediment, bitch. Your mother pussy got a speech impediment. Yeah.
These black men are scaring me.
Nigga, why is this nigga here?
Mikhail's not black. He's a brown man. He talks like he's black.
That's terrible.
No, yeah, who is gonna fuck this? It's too dumb for me. I know it.
Mikhail's
We're all
not
these fucking flops. We're all these flops.
I don't know if Peter was talking to me, but he better not have been talking to me.
Y'all cool, boys.
Y'all cool. Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
It's doing my artist to look like Charlie Kirk.
Oh, you're cool with a Somali nigga, so you one of them pirate nigga.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Somalis don't like the niggas either. I mean, what can I say?
I'm not Somali either, but I'm clearly Israeli. You see my username, you see my bio.
so many people say such awful, horrible things about African Americans on this app. I just want to say that I would. Maybe we could hear an example of black excellence. Does anybody have an example of black excellence they'd like to share?
Yeah, Obama. Obama's obviously not even a real American. He's literally a fucking.
Trayvon Martin, he could run really fast, but yet he was still killed by a white man who couldn't run fast.
Oh, he's much bigger than Turner. Even fucking Martin Luther King was a fucking CIA plot. Not even a real fucking person.
I just want to read a quote about the Muslims from Winston Churchill when he wrote, "Indeed, it is evident that Christianity, however degraded and distorted by cruelty and intolerance, must always exert a modifying influence on men's passions and protect."
I understand you connect with the Jewish side, but you're rejected by your tribe, you're Michelin. But with that being said,
I'm not a restaurant known as a Michelin. There's no 4-star, 5-star Michelin restaurant here. You're just an angry little sounding boy with spiky hair who said the N-word 100,000 times too many. Try reading a book, Dr. Peepee. It might help your retarded brain and solve the brain rot from 10 years of boxing. You might need it too. Your brain is so addled. The brain rot is so severe from the boxing. Just think about that. You say that all the time, Dad. Dad. Jews! N-word! N-word 100,000 times. Think about that. N-word! 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 Zip it, chimp! Zip it, chimp! Zip it, chimp! N-word! N-word! N-word!
Wait, what is a Michelin? What is that?
a Michelin, it's a half breed. The dad's Jew, the mom's not, and so a lot of the time these guys will have the name like Silver or Silverstein or Goldberg, but they are rejected. They're like the babies that.
Is it true that you were funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, Pepe? Are you a Southern Poverty Law Center Clubhouse Project funded? I think you are, Pee-Pee. We discovered it. That's where you got your funding from.
I wish those motherfuckers paid me, to be honest.
Those are the original bastards.
Dude. After I just Poverty Law Center, it all
You need to say that.
Speaking of alcoholics, welcome to the room, Marshall. Rankin, stinking, vodka drinking, Rankin. Hello.
Marshall, I agree.
No, it's just unnecessarily. It's unnecessarily crude and racist. You don't have to say it. You can make your point without the fucking racist rhetoric. It's not that fucking hard.
Marshall.
Use bigger words.
Oh my God! If Marshall Stinkin' Rankin is correct in Pepe, well then.
This is on the stage, which they are. You have a Jewish supremacist named John Kitover on the stage, who's really just a Michelin.
I'm not even Jewish. How can I be a Jewish supremacist when I'm not actually Jewish?
Well, he's Jewish, but he's
his dad's Jewish. He's a Jewish supremacist.
My dad was Jewish. He converted to Christianity, as well did I. We are not Jews, despite Pepe's racist rhetoric. It's just not true, ladies and gentlemen. Pepe is lying. Hello?
Speak amongst us, cast into the wolves by.
Dude, I think he reads poetry, John.
Is that why he would?
That's correct. I read books, unlike brain rot Pepe here. Jews! N-word! N-word!
Good combination. Man, we need somebody to stream this.
What's up, Joe?
And you got it right. That's good to get everybody. I don't know if you can hear. And. Unfuck that brain with electroshock therapy.
N-word, 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 100,000 times. What'd you do with your life, son? Oh, I downloaded it. Have you heard about this cool guy named Pepe who said the N-word 100,000 times? That's a harmonica.
The actual press conference versus sit tight, yeah.
Alright, so we have no new news up to this point?
Well, we identified the shooter seems. Guess what, Edward? Guess where he's from?
Where's he from?
Torrance, California.
Torrance, okay.
Yeah, there we go. He's a teacher there.
It's one of your fucking people. It's one of your fucking people. How do you feel about that, Edward?
Yeah, Matt, what about you, Matt? You disgusting California.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
It's your fault.
Hold on, guys.
Okay, all right, I'll chill. All right.
Pepe, what do you mean he's one of our people?
He's black. You radicalized him to fucking hate Trump and hate white people. It's your fucking fault.
Go take the bait. Don't let him troll you. It's already California. I'll just tell you.
You do realize Pepe said the same thing that they said in Politically Correct is why would somebody charge the security station, just one person? What an unsuccessful attack. Literally, Pepe says the same thing that hardcore liberal leftists who hate Trump say. And Pepe does hate Trump. He thinks Trump only serves Trump, not America, because Pepe is deranged, brain rotted out, and low IQ. Hello?
I didn't say that. I said what would drive somebody to want to do something like that? Take their basically you're gonna the likelihood you're gonna be killed.
We cook it.
Almost 100%. And of course before you touch the president, but even if you did, what ends up happening is your name lives in infamy. Everybody has shared. Well, I guess luckily he has a common last name.
Sounds like you've thought about this before, Pepe.
You know, that's going to shed a stain on their family. It is not only a waste of your life, it's just a shitty thing to do. Why would you do that?
Yeah, but you were commenting on how unsuccessful the attack was, how ill-planned it was, and how stupid it was. Just like Patty's room.
If I could give a couple reasons why I believe that some people in the United States
They tried to seduce me.
Some people try to, they listen to the mainstream media, they listen to talking heads, and they listen to social media influencers. And they actually believe that Donald Trump is an enemy of the state. That's what they believe. Okay? And you guys can go down all of the states and they throw at this one American. Okay? Two impeachments. He was acquitted from both. The Russia hoax. He was nothing found, not nothing. They raided the man's home. And they gave the man they tried to prevent him from running for president the second time. Okay? Both in Atlanta and in New York. They tried to press charges, which they did. They gave 34 felonies. The first person in U.S. history to have a mugshot arrested. The only person getting $7 million on their mugshot. Think about that. So he takes something that's horrible and flip it over. What human being do you guys actually believe that had two assassination attempts on his life? They went in his wife's house.
He's about to start talking, guys.
I'm sorry? And?
He's about to start talking.
Okay.
We'll get to your questions in a little bit after. Here he comes. Let's listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Law enforcement and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech. This is supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and it certainly it did, because the
some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly, and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest, only shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. And the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's a great chick. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight. I will say it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's got drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Brooklyn, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. In Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, liberals, and progressives. All Americans, those words are interchangeable perhaps, but maybe they're not. Again, everybody in the room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement, Marco had the same thing. Pete was there, he didn't want any help, he didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did give something new. And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job, was such a beautiful evening.
So we constantly hear from our users, it's really hard to get your avatar to sound exactly the way.
White House correspondence it was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and
say a few words, and we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on, and we can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule, we're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to say tonight, I will tell you, I fought like hell this day. But there was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And God bless, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Worse by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best, because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. You'll see investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job. I don't want to get ahead of them. And don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We're conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President and Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement of the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we're going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple of we go to Madam Chair. I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. It's very tough
away, along with other people who we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and got into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. We were there, we held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner. And I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made of myself. So I'll have to say that I don't know if I can ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Peter.
You're telling President Trump's side that your symbol is planted somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you? This keeps happening to you.
Well, you know, I studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this when they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, and they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
Abraham Butler, you're a team for wild recon outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink who you are?
Well, then there's just some rules, but that's, no, I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. Literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that now. I thought they were very impressive.
Were you aware of any threats, or did your team aware of any threats beforehand? Do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy, and, you never know. It was very far away from me. I go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. There was no notification. We had no idea.
Do you have any political motivations from this?
Well, by tomorrow or the next day, he's in custody. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going overtime, and they're already at his apartment in California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
Did the suspect say any alleged some type of motive here?
No, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was probably in my.
You guys still here? There's probably.
Let's go ahead and bring it back.
Sorry.
Before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. Before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seemed to think he was a lone wolf, and
I feel that to be a concern about U.S. Secret Service protection ability. We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted up.
No, they acted very quickly. I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark, when you would agree with that, I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Don't believe me, because it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're a packed hole, they go after you. When you're not a packed hole, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Please.
So this shooting was including links to in Iran.
I don't think so. We'll know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it. We know a lot, please.
There's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had 1 weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there, but even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards. One shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't know, he's David. His name was David. I say hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. I think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. He aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost 1 great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that 1 weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. But tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was raring full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to reach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling it. Please.
For you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
I think that's just my look. It's not my profession. We have very professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt. As you know, he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try to get in with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know in a second, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
I'm concerned about everything. But I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are than 1% shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession. But I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. That's part of the
very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year. I mean, we're going to do great things, but with that come risks. There's no question about it.
There's been so much political violence, not just you as yourself, but other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. That's the cost of doing business. We don't do politics in America anymore. What's healthy about our country?
We're not the only country. Look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Turn the temperature down. Just one.
Well, probably.
Stan, get your goddamn Jew ass out in control.
Would you let them get a nuclear weapon? Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. You can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 at the Dow. We just broke 7,000 at the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, or 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers second round. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question.
Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any others. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You're in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there today. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. And they will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You want to say something? Well, all
distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. It was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned it. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling. And they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do.
You see that, Pepe? It's not Trump for Trump. It's Trump for America. So get it through your brain-rotted fucking head, you midget, boy-sounding N-word 100,000X.
Wow, so the shooter is still alive after all that.
My name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Police Service. I look forward to you.
Yeah.
I'm saying I don't think you would survive a 357 auto. You probably got shot by a 570, but I don't know.
I don't know. It could be that they're carrying, like most feds just carry 9mm or something. The police. I don't know who shot him in with what round. And as far as I know, it's the security detail around the security detail. Excuse me. The security detail for the president might actually use the 357 SIG as opposed to the another round of the other agents, like including the uniform agencies, which I'm guessing the ones that are working the metal detectors or whatever the fuck they're called. They could be using like a standing millimeter. I don't know.
You shouldn't say this person was a teacher.
Sure looks like it. I don't know what kind of teacher, but yeah.
Kind of going off of what Edward was saying, which is weird. It's like we can say a lot of nasty shit about the Democrats, which, by the way, I'm for free speech. I think even the media calling Trump Hitler should have been allowed. If they want to say it, they can say it. But the problem, though, during his first term is that they were social media and of course the media. They would shut down any speech that was to the contrary, and then social media would kick and ban anybody that was a little too far to the right, and it was they censored the other side. But I do think that I would allow the rhetoric, but I do think that I don't know that, like, to your point, Edward, I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing to censor people who really hate you, who will say outlandish, crazy shit, like, Trump is like Hitler and that kind of stuff. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you should allow people to say what they want to say, but you have, a very... You allow a wide array of opinions.
What do you think of there's signs outside this particular bin saying kill all the tyrants?
Well, Pepe knows a lot about Adolf Hitler because he's a Nazi, and Pepe has said he comes out of discord in the trenches.
Okay, shut up.
Yeah, please, Charlie.
Like
dispute. I'm okay with that. It's I do think you should be able to make vague terms or statements where you say like, okay, black people, or to say like, kill whitey. Yeah, that's not really illegal. Gas the Jews. Whatever. The disgusting shit you can think of that is just like over the top, but it's kind of in a way showing your disdain for another group of people. I'm okay with it, even when it comes to people who are referring to the people, your people, whether you're on the left or the right, and they say like kill tyrants. Okay. I mean, if we're being realistic, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
If we're being realistic, both sides are against tyrants. And yes, if they so. Well, I mean,
right? Like this is interesting. Like,
that is, and I don't know. That's where you'll have to ask a legal expert. Like, we can look at all of the performance. We can look at all of the performance art where I can name that redhead slut that would do like the New Year's Eve shit with
she was the deep.
Andy Griffin, and she held like a picture up of, or did a video where she was holding up like a picture of or a video of a depiction of Trump's head, and it's just like, well, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but I don't.
Snape with the Trump mannequin and gun to the head. Remember that one?
Yeah, and it's like I don't.
The mom threat, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like. I would allow that. But I mean, obviously, there is a line of process.
Some courses you will teach yourself.
You gotta let him finish his thought before you interrupt.
No, the problem is that I'm being asked a question where I'm having to thoughtfully navigate it, where you do have, okay, so like, I don't know, Abby's not here. She's more on the, she could probably answer like way better than I could, legally how this all plays out.
Yes, I agree.
And so I do think that you can, I do think you can say certain things and not be in trouble. I think that even with January 6th, they were saying like, this January 6th insurrectionists, they had a guillotine. And it's just like, dude, really? You think you're gonna put like people to the guillotine? Maybe they were, I don't know, but I think it was like more just a way of them to exhibit their dislike for the outcome of the election and what they thought were the traitor Republicans, such as Mike Pence,
right?
Which I don't think was a traitor, but it's another story.
So I think I'm with you. I think people should be able to say what they say. And again, like we said in the past, you could have consequences for your words, all that good stuff. I think if this particular individual had a sign up prior to it, he doesn't get a chance to have freedom of speech in that regard. To me, it's just yeah, you're gonna get in trouble now, buddy. Obviously, he went and did something, but I'm just saying, there's context. That's what I was trying to go with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if I was, so there's a thing, though, if I was to say, fuck Democrats.
They all make individual decisions. This person made an individual decision, whether he could do it or not with anyone else. Obviously, you can see from George California, he was defiant, he got the guns, he got the ammunition. These are individual people based on their own information that they're getting. And it's so sad that we always
real people. And unfortunately, we do have some unhinged Americans. We do. This is reality. Okay? And there's nothing anybody can predict or try to do it. You guys go for a flag. It doesn't matter. Even if someone persuaded them to do any of this, they still have to choose to do it. Okay? So at the end of the day, some of our greatest sources, whether it's an ethnic person, non-ethnic person, whoever it is, we say this is against our Constitution and against the Republic. That's what they're attacking. Unfortunately, we try to think that it's all about one man, and it's not. It's about we the people.
So I agree.
It's a service only the richest can afford. Cheating death. A billionaire paid $1 billion to put into a controlled deep sleep. When the machine shut down, he didn't die. He opened his eyes in a new body. He turned and saw his original body lying cold and lifeless on the table. He stood there in shock, staring at his own corpse. The transfer had worked. His consciousness survived. He was reborn. He had once been one of the richest men in the world, until doctors diagnosed him with a terminal illness and gave him 6 months to live. His greatest regret wasn't dying. It was dying with money left unspent. A friend introduced him to New Hope, a secret biotech company that promised immortality to the wealthy. Their method was simple. Move a person's consciousness into a younger, healthier body. He wired the $1 billion without hesitation. The next day, he collapsed in a restaurant. He woke up inside an ambulance. Every medic worked for the same company. In the lab, the team reviewed the procedure one last time. A blinding flash filled the room. Transfer complete. The first weeks felt strange. The new body didn't move the way he expected. After a month of intense training, he adjusted. Then the hallucinations began. A sharp headache struck, and unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. These memories that did not belong to him but felt disturbingly real. It's a service only
I didn't like the guy. I'm a conservative. I couldn't stand him, but I would never want him to die. I don't fucking. That's not. It doesn't solve fucking shit. All it does is, make it embolden that side. If you kill him, if you like, listen, man, it's just not the way to go. So, and wishing your president dies is not really a good way to go either, because you're kind of wishing instability, and it's kind of like
destroyed my fleet. Why are you after me? You left me for like that. Such a disappointment.
one is in much of a hurry. And young manatees have a chance to meet some surprising neighbors. In summer, playing with an alligator might be a dangerous game. But now, at any rate, which our lifetimes are still too huge to react with any
making prices come up and down to 30. I gotta kill him. He's running the world.
Without these warm pools, few of Florida's manatees will be able to survive the winter. But the waterways here are now very popular with people too, and many manatees carry scars inflicted by the propellers of boats. A calf has already had its first scrape. Every year, more than 100 manatees die from human causes.
Someone's mind to believe that narrative is why Frank Sinatra believed in general.
Bro, no way! It's not my choice.
Like Erica Kirk and Charlie, stuff that kind of leads up to these things that kind of condition everybody to not be like, you see how no one's like really shocked anymore? You've been conditioned by trauma, algorithmic trauma, seeing this video over and over again. And that's one of the forms that they did to actually hypnotically suggest individuals to like hypnotic state and to split their consciousness with Manchurian candidates. So maybe they can do that in a modern sense, like with the Kirk shooter or the Thomas Kirk shooter, or the this dude right now. So I think there's always more underlying stuff that there is. But take it with a grain of salt. But assassinations, literally the CIA tried to make an ideal assassin with Manchurian candidates, and you're telling me that they don't somehow have that they can't murder something like that today?
That's true. That's actually one of the ideas that I do have in my mind.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that was one of the ideas that popped in my mind. And it's not that I'm not shocked or conditioned. I'm also confused on how someone can run up in there with a shotgun and make it out alive.
And it's almost like they allow it, right?
So that's, and I'm not going to say anything else. You know what I mean? I'm going to follow that thread. And see, like I said,
Well, think about that. Remember there's a video or there's an image of them from the Thomas head on the building. You're telling me top trained shooters and snipers, they don't see it?
I think I'm just weird about Thomas Crooks is that he was in a Black Rock video years earlier. No, he didn't hear about it. I watched it. He was in a Black Rock video. Like, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, not the first weird connections, but he was also
The weird thing about Thomas Crooks is he trained in the same place that the Department of Justice trained at.
Yeah, how he was right?
No, I don't know. I mean, I just think that there's a potential that, like, it's just like
wasn't the Thomas Robinson dude? Didn't he have ties with like
Ukraine?
Being recruiting with the
He was a Ukrainian recruiter. That's what I'm saying. So a lot of it's just like JFK. JFK left the government because he went against the military-industrial complex. In my opinion.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. Like, what are the odds of the alien stuff?
I know that, but I mean, that's why they come in and hang about. But this was in the actual it wasn't even the lobby of the mall.
Texas borrowing for funding gangbangers to host an election gangbangers.
Were not inside the actual ballroom itself. So one of the things I always try to do is wait for more information. Because again, I do believe that there are people in America that hate America. Whether it comes from the mainstream media, whether it comes from talking heads, whether it comes from influencers, or whether it comes from people's parents. Some parents don't love America. They think America is colonialism and all this other things. They think that we're Muslims around the world. Left and right. Not both with me. Left and right. I don't agree with them. Okay? Hey, listen, we have a country that we are supposed to love. Whether we're right or wrong. There's things that we all do that's right or wrong. But I do love America because I'm American. I had a conversation with people about something. Well, why does Trump want to make America great? I said, because I'm an American. I want America to be great. Trump can't make America great. Only we the people can make America great. That's the slogan. Okay? I want my children and my grandchildren to have a good America. So they talk about life.
In some cases, our plans to jeopardize possibly the American family. Strategic planning involved the United States is concerned by more than strategic matters. That's maybe the weakness, but it's the way we are. And there are moral issues involved here. We don't have an alliance with Israel. As you know, they're not an ally of the United States in a technical sense. But we have a bond to Israel that's much stronger. It's a moral commitment. A moral commitment because what happened during the Holocaust, and a moral commitment because it is a democracy, the only democracy in that area. And under the circumstances, that is why American presidents and the American people in the future will support all out the survival of Israel if it's attacked. And I just wonder if you were the president of Israel and you heard Richard Nixon talking that way, so that was a very famous statement by the president talk that way, and say there's really no strategic value anymore. How much faith do you place in that kind of moral commitment with a surely condition? I would Israel have a great deal of faith in it because of the track record of the United States, and also because he would know that that is the way the American people are. There is no doubt whatever of our commitment to Israel.
Now it's a different candidate. That's kind of so I just hey Adams. What's up? How you doing? So I don't know why you guys don't see what's happening. If we want to look at suspects.
Traffic block. Why can't I go? What you do here? What you do here? Hello? Traffic block, why can't I go? What you do here? Hello?
Social media and everything, how country, man, far as people think this.
Sue anyone.
Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now.
Israel stuff, the left, the right, and I don't know how in the
his response.
Once again, Omar, this is me personally, okay? I believe that when Americans individually get informed about their republic, and they know who they are, the radicalization stops. You don't get radicalized when you know that you are a country that gives you the right to pursue your happiness, okay? You have liberty and life, okay? Most people today, unfortunately, believe that there's some central government, whether it's your state, whether it's the federal government. That's what they believe. And that's, if you look at all of the left, everything from the left, all of their policies is personal issues. It's not about growing America. And if any leftist can tell me, give me one policy on the left that talks about benefiting the American people altogether. Because right now, I see only personal issues, whether it's men and women's sports, transgender stuff, people want to be on staff programs. When do we, as Americans, believe that we are responsible for our own lives and the elected officials should only be there to support what we believe as individuals, meaning that I believe our Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and that has the Bill of Rights, and we have a Declaration of Independence. Those are my three documents when I teach my children, when I teach my grandkids. Okay? So I'm not going on. I know, Omar, you're correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people that don't even know their own three documents. So I land my mic again.
Great point. It's interesting if you study what Trump said tonight.
Everybody use that as a manipulation tactic to get other people to feel how they feel. I don't know what this dire need for people to
Ooh, too many strikes. Oh no.
But I was still fall right through it.
Try if this was to have happened to Biden during one of his correspondent dinners, there would have been like this massive call to shut down hate speech and disinformation, and they would have basically forced the hand of social that's very different from the hypocritical left. Like, you can say what you want. Now, if you are planning on killing a president, or committing a terrorist act, or harming an
He's a
individual
liar because he's strong. Because he's my son.
You don't
Son
like,
of God.
I mean,
You ain't not God.
just saying
That's
it
about
can
the
land
fish
you in
virus.
hot
I
water.
know what you shit you.
That's just the way it is.
Son out.
But
You don't have it, do you?
I think we have a legal
You can be
standard.
used right now.
And it's a whole. I don't want social media or large corporations dictating what it is that they're allowed to say. It's like, I tell probably particularly
I'm gonna flay you alive. You're all gonna drown in your own blood.
without crossing the threshold, making actionable threats, terrorizing somebody,
Take what's blood. That makes this whole fucking shitball my birthright.
and that's the one. Other than that,
I'm just saying.
express whatever you want. Anti-Trump powers.
I can move blood, sense it.
Okay, but how?
Far
Part
left,
blood, platelets,
far
plasma,
right.
hemoglobin, whole red blood cell.
As long as they
Do any of you
operate.
know how your powers really work? Do you know how you can switch genders besides I just clench my butthole and do it? Having powers, it's incredibly complicated. And superphysiology has had to adapt and evolve.
What's your thoughts?
I think it's sad, honestly. I'm getting really tired of the violence in our country, to be real with you guys. It's really tiring. This is not the country that I grew up in, and unfortunately, in the 90s.
Okay.
But yeah, so this kind of shit, like I don't want this to be normalized for my kids' generation, or any kids in the United States. I don't know. I don't like this normalization of violence in our
To be
society.
fair,
And
violence was way worse. So you were born in the 90s.
yeah.
In the late 80s and early 90s, violence was far more commonplace in the United States than it has been in your lifetime. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
80s. No, actually, if I'm actually being, I'll be more specific. From the late 70s to the early 90s, America was by far more violent than it is today.
And that's kind of irrelevant, dude. She's talking about civil division politically, really, not like crime rate.
Well, yeah, a little. I'm just trying to think.
1980s, late 1970s Democratic conventions where they was fighting. They used to fight at those Democratic conventions in the late 70s
70s, early 80s. You missed that.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll watch some videos on that. But yeah, no, I was born in the late 90s. So, no, I wasn't around for all that.
I wasn't around either, but the videos are out there.
I'm a little bit concerned for even me being somebody who didn't vote for Donald Trump, and I don't like. I am a little bit concerned for his mental health. I understand what it sounds like or what it feels like after you've had an attack on your life. I have had an attack on my life before. I've survived gun violence, and I just noticed in his voice when he was speaking at the beginning of his speech he just did an hour ago. His voice was very shaky. He kind of has like the shell shock sound going on.
What?
I don't know. That's concerning for me. And I think he'll be all right. You know, we got the best of the best for our leadership in this country. But at the same time, like, this is not something we should just.
But I don't think that when the gunshots were happening, at least in the video that we could see, they were not registering in his brain. I get it. He's a draft dodger. He doesn't understand what a gunshot would sound like. But one of the things that I thought was like ridiculous that he said is like, oh, perhaps the most dangerous job in the world. No, you fucking faggot. The people have a much more dangerous job than you. We're your Secret Service agents who have to confront the people that literally want to do you harm. And one of them ended up getting shot tonight, not the fucking president. And they ended up taking out the fucking threat. And, having to listen to his narcissistic bullshit. But he addressed that, though. I'm done.
Right on.
Oh, I said, are you done? I don't think you were done. Go ahead.
No. But I will address that. I don't think everything that he said tonight was something that he thought of on his own. In general, I don't think that for majority of the things he says, when he does give his, nationwide speeches, whatever. But especially after just like an hour or two of almost getting shot, I don't think that like majority of what he stood up there and said was his own thought. So there's that. But the other thing I was going to mention, I don't remember anymore. Actually, I don't remember because so many people came up.
I know. I'm sure you'll think of it. Not you. Not just.
We're in the house tonight, so that's one thing that's watching. And then we saw the footage of the perpetrator rushing through the screening stage. So that was alarming to see. I don't know if y'all watched that. I don't know if I saw the box. But the other thing is, I don't know what you guys voted for, but two things. One, Trump's Google ratings are terribly low, right? So that is one reason why it's different. You see opportunity when we spoke tonight to try to bring people together. I think it was very much defensive and opportune moment to do it. I don't know how Trump stands, but I think that's why he did it, and he really finds those opportunities, which is probably one reason he's managed to land on his feet every time he does something really unbelievable. But the second thing is, I don't empathize with the shooter, of course. The wealth gap is the way it is.
He's blaming the shooter on the wealth gap.
Most people who represent the millionaire class, when the wealth gap is the point it is, people can stay in the room if they're not earning so much, but there are people that feel the economy is not serving them. A teacher in Torrance, which is just south of LA, it's really kind of closer to the beach cities and the airport than LAX. I suspect that, who knows if the guy got laid off or whatever. It's not an excuse to do what he did, but I think the wealth gap is unbelievable. And so most people who realize the disparity course. People like to hate on my tribe for being among the millionaire class. I mean, I see where the animus may be coming from, and we don't even know that was the target.
Do you think we have another Luigi on our hands, Dr. J? That's kind of where you're going with this.
That we have a what?
Luigi. Remember Luigi?
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, come on! And how did that serve Luigi? I don't go that deep into it. Yeah, I'm not there with.
Yeah, I don't know about the Luigi thing. I don't like when the money is messed up. People want to hurt people. I don't care how big the wealth gap is, and it's gonna stay big because people are lazy, complacent, and they're too comfortable living their fucking average American life. All right, people who are wealthy are doing things that people who aren't wealthy aren't doing. I'm sorry. All right, if you it's a wealth gap, you firearms, put that shit in your mouth. That's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a great book that I recommend this big mod read, which is called Born on Third Base. And hey, I grew up privileged, so I'm happy to admit all the luck in the world that was afforded to me gave the opportunity. Whether I took advantage of it or not is another story, but there's definitely a lot of luck involved for many people who have seen the kind of wealth that Donald Trump has experienced. That's not to say that there's actually anything wrong with having wealth. What it's saying is when you see wealth disparity and you feel that you have no future, people do desperate things. Does it excuse it? No, but it happens.
Hey, doctor, that's an interesting. Doctor, that's an interesting take, right? But what we know is the guy's from California, right? If this guy grew up in San Bernardino somewhere or out in the valley, right? I don't want to hear this wealth stuff, right? But if he grew up maybe, if he's homeless right now, then I can maybe take that angle. But don't give me that stuff when he didn't grow up, in Altadena somewhere. We're gonna find out.
No, but what he's talking about, the wealth disparity, part of the problem is that it runs in families. There's a lot of nepotism that goes on.
And again, when I say wealth disparity, I'm not.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's not talking about wage disparities.
Yeah, I'm also not talking about the most impoverished people who wouldn't be able to get in a car and have any resources whatsoever to drive across country or whatever he did. I'm talking about the fact that there are a lot of Americans. And it actually doesn't surprise me. Let's say all the PhDs who were laid off at NIH or CDC, those people have doctorates, but they're not wealthy. Just because you have an education, that's part of the problem in America. It's not Trump's fault. It's that the education just is not commensurate with the salary is not commensurate
with the workforce.
Education, yeah.
And
so that's not Trump's fault. But what it is it speaks to great economic disparity. If you're watching people on TV flashing wealth, and I'm not even saying Trump, anybody, you feel a disparity. So that's what I gotta get.
Wow. So it happens on the white side too. I learned that.
Hold on one second. Doctor, so the thing is,
hold on.
going to be different. People will have different. Whether in intelligence or beauty.
No, he just don't get it from. Let me go.
I gotta change so you can't. I don't know. Why?
Let me go.
Just hold on. We got someone else going before you answer. Hold on, kid.
Real quick, doctor. I hear you with the whole disparity, but the bigger problem here is the fact that you brought it up in the conversation about the shooting. So that's the scarier thing, right? Because you make a bigger point overall, but you're responding to the shooting situation, so that has nothing to do with it. Mike?
No, we don't know what it has to do with, but if you categorically look at people's occupations, this may have absolutely nothing to do with it. It's just one thought is that if you're a teacher, if he was an entertainment lawyer and a Democrat, I would look at it a little different. As a teacher and a Democrat, with only knowing that information, I'm only jumping to a conclusion that, hey, maybe
that guy felt like teachers don't get compensated very well, and he lost his job, and a myriad of other things may have happened, but that could have been an inciting factor.
So you're just saying it as a factor that he would do it, not any justification, right?
I'm not justified it once. I'm simply saying that I would be more hard pressed if it was an entertainment lawyer or a banker doing it, regardless of their political persuasion. That's all I'm saying.
Even people like us on the right, there's some of us, like myself, that it gets to a point, if there's enough of an income disparity, we would be willing, I would personally be willing to do things I'm not going to say on this app. I don't need to give my account, but
Anthony, what?
Yeah.
Anthony. Hey.
Smartest man in Clubhouse.
You're on mute,
Hold on, fellow.
Mochi Brad. So you're telling me because you're not even at the lowest.
Hold on, Anson.
Okay. All right, Anson, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Doctor, I really like you, but I just don't think this is a very logical pronouncement because the disparity, it seems that you classify any differences as disparity. Yes, but and yet you exclude the entertainment lawyer, but they can feel disparity too if they don't get this year's bonus. If their neighbor is earning $1 million more than they did, well, people have envies. I mean, if that's a reason to shoot somebody, taking out somebody else's life, then everything would be permissible. We would go to jail, and so I mean that is no reason. And because
are you trying to make a utopian argument versus a realistic argument?
Shut up.
But yeah, I don't know if you can shut up. That's not the case.
Shut up when a man's talking.
Yeah, exactly. So if this is reason, then anything could be a reason. And if anything is reason, then there's no reason. So the logic, there's a huge leap of logic to justify that. If that's justifiable, then anything can be justifiable.
Okay. But it's justifiable logically to undermine the plebs, the lower IQ, the underclass.
Well, the thing is, it's not
any which way you see it.
You have no IQ, and then but even the higher IQ, you have a difference in IQ.
No, you are lower IQ if you're part of the underclass, generally speaking. Okay, that's a fact.
Yeah, but the thing
that could be. They are.
Sure, but that's not the reason. That's not a reason to shoot anybody because you can feel disparity, especially. I mean, if you're higher IQ. And that's the feeding is more acute. If you're low IQ, then you don't understand the difference, and then you don't see this disparity. And then but higher IQ is more sensitive. You're more sensitive.
So sure, I'm just curious. Wait, let me just say when it comes to the Civil War,
that's a justification.
When it comes to the Civil War in places like El Salvador, do you think the communists or the capitalists were the good guys?
What are you talking about?
In Civil War, who were the good guys? The capitalists?
So how is that related to what we are talking about?
I'm asking you a question. If you don't know, it's fine.
Yes,
it is related. So I'm asking your opinion. Shut the fuck up. You can decline to answer. You can answer the fucking question or decline to answer.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. No, but I asked you a direct question.
Dipshit. Fuck off.
Oh shit.
No, you look like you retard. Who was worse? Who was worse?
You are.
The capitalists?
You're an asshole.
No, okay. Yeah, okay, so once again. You're not defeating my argument, you're utilizing insults. So literally, I'm asking you, who were bad? Who were worse? Who were worse? Who were worse?
You're the worst.
No, I asked you a question. It didn't involve me.
Piece of shit.
During the El Salvadoran Civil War, who were worse? capitalists or the communists?
You're a communist piece of shit.
I mean, right here it shows you.
He doesn't want.
He doesn't have an actual fucking answer for anything. He goes off of emotion. This is retarded.
Hold on one sec. I want to just respond to Hanson because. So I usually agree with most things with Hanson, even though politically we disagree on things. By and large, I like the way he thinks. But the premise of my statement was really more about I actually was watching CNN and then I said someone say it in here and I've seen people on social media. People said there's really something sick with America, right? And the implication was that let's immediately, the perpetrator obviously has mental illness, or you could argue that he had nothing left to live for, and he may have been very rational. We don't exactly. We don't know. But even Biden said that he was suicidal at a point in time, which is a mental illness.
But then everybody has.
Right. So everyone has a potential. Maybe we need to look at desperation. Now, I don't think Trump has made people desperate, but the divide that we're looking at, like most people who are very wealthy, right, are much closer to the most impoverished people on the planet in terms of their wealth than they are to Musk or Bezos, whatever, right? So there is such a great disparity between the wealthiest and kind of the next level, right? So all I'm saying is, let's say if this guy was an entertainment attorney, as I argued earlier, I would have been less quick to kind of jump to a conclusion as ridiculous as you guys may think it is. But when someone says it's a teacher, and then they say it was a nurse, and they said someone who probably I think doesn't get compensated as much. I don't want to say as much as they should, but compensated enough to live the quality of life, let's say in Los Angeles, and he could arguably move elsewhere, right?
Why do you think the entertainment?
That's bullshit. That's such bullshit, Dr. Jordan. I'm sorry. That's just bullshit.
But Abby, all I'm saying,
I love you, Dr. J, but it's bullshit. We've enabled political violence. People are fucking lauding Luigi, and then, okay, we're enabling this kind of shit, and it's become like mainstream. Instead of condemning it, it's condoned. And that's the problem. And that's why you get these crazies. We had a guy from Vegas that went to New York and shot up the street. Remember, he went into the NFL office in New York? I mean, there's just story after story of these lone wolves that we've been enabled.
And that's fair.
Okay?
That's only fair.
It's just bullshit.
Wait. I'm agreeing with you. I'm mistaken because when I heard, so I don't know if you were in the room when I just said this, when I heard on CNN that someone said, one of the commentators said that the country is just sick, my interpretation of it was that they thought they were talking about dysfunction or I didn't realize they were talking, and I'm admitting my naivete. I thought they were talking about like the country as itself is sick and people are unhappy rather than this was political violence. So I'm absolutely mistaken from the get-go.
I think, Abby,
we've normalized this kind of crap.
The Luigi argument isn't hitting me at all on this one. I think that's just like kind of a little bit of a cop out. I think I'm just not there. I don't see it. Dr. Jordan, I know where you're going with it a little bit, but I just don't see it.
Oh man, let me say something. What I wanted to ask both of you and others is, am I crazy to say, as soon as I saw teacher, it jumped out at me, and maybe I'm nuts, and they said neurosurgeon or entertainment attorney or actor or something, it jumped to me thinking, this is a...
That is so
okay,
cute. I mean, why should you despise the attorneys Elon Musk. I mean, that is on.
No, I don't despise them, but I'm not despising. No, I have a reflex. Yes, I have a reflex. The reflexive part is thinking that a profession that is underpaid. It's not necessarily unhappy. It's not Trump's fault. It's not even Trump's fault. It's not American.
May I ask Doctor something, Nancy?
What do you mean underpaid? As a teacher, you're saying
Yeah,
that's bullshit. Chose that profession. You got a degree. You could have gone into all kinds of
Fair enough.
Nobody's fault he chose a low paid profession.
Wait a minute.
What everybody's missing? Hold on, Mountain. Mountain, hold on a second. Okay, hold on, Mountain. Okay, that's fine. But I just want to say something really quickly. So when it comes to okay, shut up. So when it comes to the people that feel like they're disenfranchised, okay, it doesn't matter logically why they shouldn't feel disenfranchised. They're going to. Like a very unfortunate reality is that we have people, because we come from different groups, because we come from different classes, we have multiple differences between each other. We are going to look at things through a certain lens. And of course, when it comes to those the haves and the have-nots, yes, there's obviously connections in who you're born, what family you're born into plays a lot into it. And yes, there's going to be a lot of people that end up really
think that's a logic.
disliking them.
You would think that's a logic.
It is logic. It is logic.
Wait a minute.
Pepe, don't you think that's not really? Wait, can I just say something to Pepe? Pepe, it's really not. Pepe, it's really not what's happening. You have a normalization in social media. You have a normalization on this app alone of people calling for harm to our president. You hear it in rooms all the time on here, right? We've normalized it. And if we don't call it out, it's a crime, by the way. And if we don't call it out and say, you can't say that, you can't do that, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to kill people because you don't agree with them. And if you don't call it out, okay, social media has amplified it. But Pepe, I don't think it's necessarily because someone's disgruntled in their position in life. I think people there's been a class system for years. It's just we've normalized something, we've normalized violence this way, and we don't call it out. After Charlie Kirk was killed, and you saw the people that were celebrating that, I mean, you've got to call that shit out. And now our president, if you have to say something, it's just wrong, and it's against the law.
I agree there 100%, but I would say and this is just me being a realist. When people feel like they're being done wrong by a certain class or a group of people, they are going to lash out. I think. Yes. I'm not. This is not. Stop. That's not. I'm not justifying. This is not me justifying it, retard. Shut up. Yeah, this is not me justifying it. I'm talking about human nature. Like in other words, when you're to wave a bone in front of a dog, how they'll behave. Okay, there are ways that people behave when they see things that they feel are unfair. They are going to react a certain way.
They're not always allowed to do so.
Now you're up. And Coco, I'll let you get into. I know you want to finish off.
Let me go at the Coco Med.
Huh?
Let me go at the Coco Med.
Okay, alrighty. Alright, now. Sorry, I think you did all that, and I was laying up here. Okay, so Coco, why don't you just get off the thought that you wanted earlier that you forgot? Go for it.
Yeah, the original thought that I was going to talk about earlier is I think we're going to see some people try to frame this as like, oh, we've seen historically happen. I definitely think there's going to be a little bit of that going on. So just everybody be aware of that, right? This won't be changing any of my votes, by the way, whatsoever. I've studied on who I want in office and who I want to represent me, and it's just not going to change that. You know what I mean? So I wanted to make a comment about what you guys were actually just discussing right now, and I'm not condoning this. I never condone political violence. However, I always do try to speak up when it comes to teachers, and teachers are severely underpaid. But no, I think this guy was mentally ill. You don't just go and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna say that because that's incriminating. But you don't just wake up one day and think about go and so I think it's unjust to be like, yeah, well, maybe it's because they're a disenfranchised person or they come from poverty or blah 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 blah. No, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. Call a spade for what a spade is.
Hey, Coco, because there's like kind of like a debate going on in the goo right now that people on this app, push this stuff all over the place with their rhetoric. Do you think that like people on this app have a responsibility for their words then, and what they do, the rhetoric that's going on, or no?
Yeah, absolutely, I do, and I don't know who just brought it up. After Charlie Kirk passed away, that was you. Okay. This is where I kind of started to get frustrated with people I usually align with, because after he was assassinated on a college campus, yeah, people were sitting there celebrating it, and I was really confused because I'm like, hey, it looked like this guy was just killed in front of it, like a bunch of people on a school campus. That's fucking terrorism, and you're exciting, you're cheering up and down about it just because you didn't agree with what he said politically. That's disgusting, and I was condemning all of these people. I was getting really upset. I think this is a standard we should all try to hold, even if these are people that you usually agree with. Yeah, you should be condemning them and telling them, no, that's fucking wrong. What you're thinking, what you're spreading is disgusting. We shouldn't be normalizing, people who talk about politics or political commentaries getting shot on our kids' fucking campuses. This is insane shit. Any normal person would be like, no, that's disgusting. It's a sad thing that he passed away, and we don't want to see any of this kind of violence. Like, we don't have a place for this violence in our society or in our country at all. I mean, what kind of standard are we setting if we're not going to call people out for this shit? What kind of country do you want your kids to grow up in? That's what I want people to really think about. So that's where I'm at with that. That's it.
Well said.
Hey, Matt, can I respond to Coco?
I think Big Mod, real quick, Anthony's going to jump in here real quick, and then...
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see everybody in the room. Most High bless. I'm so happy that, Trump and his family are good. So with that said, Coco, I understand where you're coming from. And I share similar sentiments to you, but there's a line that we have to be careful that we don't cross. All right. So it's unfortunate, but the reality is, and whether or not it's even unfortunate is debatable, we have freedom of speech in the country. It's not free of consequences. If your employer has a problem and they decide that they no longer want to be associated with you because of you exercising your freedom of speech, what's First Amendment rights in this country that people died for, so be it. That's the consequence of doing this. But I don't think that we should stop people from freely expressing their ideas and their thoughts, no matter how abhorrent they may be. It may sound crazy to some people. I have no problem being
interact with speaking to people who freely use the N-word. I don't really care. That's me! I think.
I don't know, I was just getting so giddy to say that to me, like, please stop.
Yeah. So here's what's up. You know, ultimately, we have to. It's a really slippery slope when we start, you know, stifling speech that we don't like. As boring as it may be, that speech, somebody's gonna eventually come for our right to say what we want to say. So, like I hate the stuff they say about Trump. There's so many people that regurgitate information that they have, like there's no basis for reality. They've never actually sat down and listened to what he said in context to understand that so much of the narrative is just poisonous. It's not true. But, like I said, we're going to have to do full to stay with they want to say.
I agree with you 100%. I think there's always like we can look at let's just say like Hitler is to come in power. He's going to gas the Jews and all the people he considers
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Leaving the sign at each
remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
For I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be the adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of no. Save it be of the garment of white, shone with gold, the flashing abide that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so that I after thee in thy crown of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the mystic chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Chorus avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In thy hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fight, the
is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by that I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By thy name, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, among us, youth of the brilliant morn, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name, Son, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of I invoke thee. O beloved hidden mastery of midnight,
company, so they control just about all of the news. The prosecution
It's an honor to be right now.
Council to spend beyond its means for years. The audit I released this morning shows
Pin that on us, Mr. Mayor.
FBI 2016.
Get happy. That's how you have.
Being told what to do. Naughty boy.
Well, I just. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Yea.
You'll see. Okay. Enjoy.
Those back kind of doesn't have the spice to it. He's Chicago man.
At this.
Ask you one final question before I let. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us. Avenger. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us.
Strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crowned child and conquering Lord.
Glorious Avenger.
By the name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the beard and mastery of
Silence, beautiful child, the standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
I invoke thee, O beetle of the beard and mastery of
Silence, beautiful child, the standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the dragon my chariot through the heavens of sin.
I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the slaughter. Thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I by thy own, thy secret made glory. The names of five, the names of six, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of David, I lift up mine eyes. I saw and I have sought the unity. Strike, strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Child and conquering Lord.
Glorious Avenger.
By the name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
By thy name, O Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke.
child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and
By the name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
by thy name, O Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of pagan God.
Silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the drive in my chariot through the heavens of Sirius, I invoke thee.
I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I my secret memory.
the names of life, the names of six, the heaven of the gates, and God of God.
Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of chesed, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes.
And the house of beauty,
Strike the master chord.
draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and
By the name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
by thy name, O Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of pagan.
Silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the drive in my chariot through the heavens of Sirius, I invoke thee.
I strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and
I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
by thy name, O Lord, whose youth of the brilliant morning I invoke.
By thy name now, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, tall, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, I invoke oh, beetle of the hidden mastery of
Beautiful child, standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
by thy name,
Apollo, I invoke thee.
O man of strength and splendor, O poet,
O Father, leadest the drive thy chariot through the heavens of Sirius. I invoke thee.
I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke
By thine own, thy secret made holy, I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, the heaven of the names, and God of God.
Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of chastity, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes.
I saw, and then I saw the unity beyond me.
Strike, strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and
I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one.
by thy name, O Lord, whose youth of the brilliant morning I invoke.
By thy name now, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, tall, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke.
Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know the book. Did you read it? Yes, I did. I happen to read it because I have a family member who worked on it. Yeah, why I read it. In the original question, which you were dodging, is what part of that you do? No. Which parts? No. I asked you the question ahead of time. You asked me the question afterward. My question is more pertinent than yours because you didn't. Yes, it is because you haven't asked me afterward. You asked me afterward. You didn't ask me before. You asked me afterward. So because you asked me afterward, you got to answer the question previous, which is what part of the big ugly bill are you talking about?
Did you read it? If you read it,
bro, stop asking if I read it. Tell me a part of it. No, that's an answer of somebody who can't cite me chapter and verse. I'm sorry, federal code says one, it doesn't say three things, it doesn't say two things, it says one thing. Now, if you can't tell us, it means you didn't fucking read it. Which is exactly the problem with people in your position. You don't bother to read the fucking text before you criticize it because if you had, you'd been able to cite. The fact that you can't, the fact that you're not willing to be specific is a problem.
Free Marshall, and I appreciate that. And that's not, don't take it personally. I think just it's an opportunity for all of us to be better. Abby, I did find some stuff for you. It looks like it comes from Federal Reserve. There was a couple articles from Fortune that quoted those numbers, and then I traced it back to their source. Their source was Federal Reserve data. So that's where that comes from. Now, yeah, I could. And then the second thing, which I think is really interesting, I wanted to find the quote or the 50% of college students looking favorable, more sympathizing more with Mangione than they did with the victim. And I did find a couple polls on this. And what's interesting is looking through, I found a second. And what's fascinating is I think Joe has a point. But then the comment is also a quote.
Amen. For he is risen, Christ is born. She'll be on the first Monday.
Fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Our Father.
We don't give Congress fiscal advice.
Did you bomb a country in the middle of peace negotiations?
Yes, because they told me if I didn't do it, they'd say I was being anti-Semitic, and none of my Republican friends would get funded. Tremendous pressure.
Your Honor, he's telling the truth. Donors were calling me like it was a telethon. I advised him it was all permissible self-preservation as a mitzvah.
And he said,
did you bomb a
someone getting together, tobacco industry taking down. You can't take down an industry without murdering the CEO. You can do it through our system, through our
you're hoping this fucking watch might fund your campaign for mayor. Not hoping.
counting on it. My great-great-granddad wore it at the...
Is meeting required?
Yeah, but okay.
Harry, get your fat ass up.
We don't give Congress fiscal advice.
Everything was normal when this guy was walking into us.
I'm curious what people will say to this. The security issue tonight seems to be of concern, and this isn't to blame Homeland Security funding or anything. I heard that with all the protectees in the building, and maybe Abby, you can speak to this, have you been to a similar event? With all the protectees in the building, I heard the security was off the charts. As would be expected, but it was particularly intense. I don't know if the pundits are talking about this now, but I've been watching. Yeah, very much. But I can't understand. The reason I bring this up too is because when someone doesn't breach security or get shots off, it doesn't become a nuisance. Well, it does to some degree, but we don't typically go deep into their profile, right? Because they were neutralized or nothing happened. So there's a sampling bias with regard to, unless I'm wrong, with regard to the coverage of these things. Two, I'm curious about the security issue. And I'm not blaming you at all. I'm just curious. It seems like it was very intense breach. Because it scared me that if someone can get
president is in a building, when you have an event with the president or the vice president, Secret Service takes over security. So even if you have your own security, or even if it's your local metropolitan police that are securing it, or even your FBI, or all the entranceways and takes over the security protocol.
I had to be in an event where there was an advance team that came to check, and the president ended up coming. This was when Clinton was president. So I understand that aspect, but what I'm asking is, and I'm not blaming the Trump administration, I'm just asking, what about Secret Service and their protocol? Because it seemed like they had this thing covered to a T, but still, this individual got as far as they did. I'm not blaming any side or even the agency. I'm just asking, isn't that a super surprise to people?
That's not remotely accurate. So that didn't happen that way. First off, so the security around the Hilton is open. Yeah. So the Secret Service controls the interior around the ballroom, and it locked it down, which obviously is evident by every video you could possibly download. The outer perimeter towards the ballroom to get the entrance in there was controlled by Capitol Police, DC Metro Police, and various other Secret Service entities. The assailant ran through from the outer perimeter, which is the hotel lobby area, and he basically went running past them. Now, he didn't even breach the second layer, which is the first layer is just the megatrometer, and those guys that are just checking you, asking you for your pass. He breached past that and then ran into the second layer, which was the arm in which he was subdued. So he didn't even get to the final layers of security, which would have been around the doors, around the ballroom, and it's sitting there on the wings on either side of the president and most of the staff there. It's not how it's set up, and it was designed that way because it's not allowed to gain access to the other areas. Now, going forward, I can promise you that if there's ever an event held at the Hilton, they will probably have to be forced to lock down, which will be a shame, because now you'll have to move the venue just because of the security protocol. But the security protocols that were enacted tonight did respond accurately based on everything that's reported. And I doubt any idiot is going to sit there and tell me that some fucking moron running at full speed as fast fast as he can after he hastily put together a weapon, managed to get a fucking perfect shot off to hit a Secret Service member in the chest through the armor plate at a distance that was safe, that didn't cause massive amounts of trauma while running. That seems kind of, well, I'm going to say either you don't know how firearms work or you watch too much Hollywood in order to actually do any of that stuff. I've ran with firearms, and I can tell you, I can't hit that fucking accurate at that range. Even I'd have to be like within 5 yards. But you somehow or another, people are going to throw a conspiracy together, and you just sound ridiculous when you actually meet people who know how this shit works.
As someone who's actually been to war and been to campaigns for a very long time, and watched how in the political spheres how each group what he said and not said is seen behind this stage very much so. Well, and this is also why I brought it up. I don't necessarily buy into the fact that it was staged, but what I wanted to point to, and this again is bipartisan, quote unquote, I guess you could say it that way, is that, you know, if someone had hit a perimeter wall, it would have been newsworthy, but it wouldn't have evacuated. I imagine it wouldn't have called for evacuation. But because he breached security to the degree that he did, it became a much more obviously newsworthy story. I guess what I'm saying is there's a spectrum of events that we hear about every day that gets on the radar of Secret Service, that they either neutralize someone, blah, 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 but, you know, we only...
The reason this got on the news the way it did is because it happened at the Correspondence Center with 2,000 people. It was a gala. Like, it was picked. Like, you're making weird assumptions and correlations that just don't make sense.
What I'm simply saying is that if the gala had continued and there was... And something ricocheted off a perimeter wall outside, it would have made the news, but we wouldn't have gone, the media probably wouldn't go as far as to profile someone to the degree, well, that's inaccurate as well, what I just said. But my point is, the depth of the breach always dictates the coverage that it's going to get. And of course that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is about the numerous incidents.
But he didn't breach the layers. He was caught by the first layer. Like, he didn't even get to the second layer. Like, they swarmed him. It was done. There's videos online. You can watch the reaction. He never even got to the stairwells. Like, you're saying something like that just doesn't make sense. Either you're ignorant of not knowing how this event unfolded and you're just going based on what you hear, or you're just making it up. Because he never broke through that first tier layers.
I saw the video where he gets through, it wasn't feasible, and there's also more multiple entrances to the lobby, as I understand, and that this could have been prevented, and I'm not saying it's entirely necessary. I'm only responding to the fact that the news covers things based on the depth of the breach and the proximity.
Well, they covered it because they were all in the fucking room, and then they realized for the first time that, like someone said, that maybe we're partially to blame for creating some of the chaos that's ensuing. So, no, this isn't having anything to do with the layering and pushing it out. Unfortunately, for us, all the shit to where prosecution further on into the enemies like that going forward will be locked down where there won't be excuses going forward. But again, really pushes. He ran through the magnetometer, surprised a few of the initial responders, and then was snared up. And then you saw the covering flanks, which they fanned out in all directions up on the upper levels as well as around the room. And they were flying down there. He never even got to what you're considering the true security layers. He got through the outer perimeter just by running, and yeah, that's gonna happen if some idiot wants to run, but he didn't breach any area. He was ensnared too quickly.
Dr. Jordan, every major correspondent in the media was in that room. I mean, if you're wondering why the press covered it, every single one was in there. And if they weren't in there, they were in the lobby. Their junior reporters were all in the lobby. And every major reporter, every news outlet, from Reuters and AP and every streaming service, and everyone has a table at that event. They're all in there.
But are you saying, let's say it was the National Electricians Association conference and the president happened to be speaking, are you saying that you don't think it would have gotten the coverage? And what I'm saying, so I understand, it's a very interesting discussion because, well, what I'm saying is that the media, for example, I do not have the first clue. I did went after President Trump, who was on his at the Mar-a-Lago at the golf club at the golf club. I don't remember who was at the golf course, who that perpetrator was. I don't remember very much about him. And you're absolutely right. Obviously, they covered this intensively because every major network, every journalist of prominence was there. But what I find interesting, though, is that here on Clubhouse, we don't tear things apart if we don't have that much information, right? So, for example, the incident that occurred where, sadly, one of the National Guard's officers, or one of the National Guardsmen was killed, the other one was shot at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue, and I forget where exactly.
That was covered on Clubhouse for like a week and a half. And yeah, maybe you don't find the same attention because it wasn't the president of the United States filled with 2,000 members of the mainstream media as well as other dignitaries. Like you had the vice president and the president in the same room. Of course, this is going to be top world news.
That's exactly my point, Brad, is that there are so many variables, and you're talking about major issues, but there are so many variables that go into what I'm calling a security breach. I'm not trying to say that's accurate language. I'm just saying there are so many variables to how and when something gets covered that we lose some of our objectivity with regard to how we criticize the perpetrator, and they're all deserving of criticism and judgment, right? But in this particular case, this is going to stand out far more than, say, the guy who was on the golf course who fired toward the president, right? It wasn't, obviously, there weren't dignitaries in the hotel or on the course, and there may have been, but it wasn't as high profile a venue. But the way we're responding to it is in accordance with how much the media can even access to cover, is all I'm saying. And maybe it's a moot point that I even brought it up.
No, I don't think you understand what it was covered on his second assassination, well, actually technically his fifth assassination attempt, but some of the ones are just fucking retarded and stupid and never came to fruition. But this one, the golf course one, was like frontline news. Like it was sitting up.
As for the way that can be spoken of is not the constant way. As for names, the name that can be named is not the constant name. The nameless is the beginning of the 10,000 things. The named is the mother of the 10,000 things. Therefore, those constantly without desires, by this means will perceive its subtlety. Those constantly with desires, by this means will see only that which they yearn for and see. These two things, these two together emerge. They have different names, yet they're called the same. That which is even more profound than the profound, the gateway of all subtleties. When everyone in the world knows the beautiful is beautiful, ugliness comes into being. When everyone knows the good, then the not good comes to be. The mutual production of being and non-being, the mutual completion of difficult and easy, the mutual formulation, the formation of long and short, the mutual filing of high and low, the mutual harmony of tone and voice, the mutual following of front and back. These are all constants. Therefore, the sage dwells in all active affairs and practices the wordless teaching. The 10,000 things arise, but he doesn't begin them. He acts on their behalf, but he doesn't make them dependent. He accomplishes his tasks, but he doesn't dwell on them. It is only because he doesn't dwell on them that they therefore do not leave him. By not elevating the worthy, bring it about that people will not compete. By not valuing goods that are hard to obtain, you bring it about that people will not act like thieves. By not displaying the desirable, you bring it about that people will not be confused. Therefore, in the government of the sage, he empties their minds and fills their bellies, weakens their ambition, and strengthens their bones. He constantly causes the people to be without knowledge and without desires. If he can bring it about that those with knowledge simply do not dare to act, then there is nothing that he will not be in order. The way is empty, yet when you use it, you never need fill it again. Like an abyss, it seems to be the ancestor of 10,000 things, not the constant way. As for me, the name that can be named is not the constant name. It's one out MAGA people. There's no such thing as MAGA people. There's Americans, and there are Republicans, and there are Democrats, and there are.
Used to be scared to come to the hospital, but now I usually always have excellent care. It's almost like, when you surrender and you believe and know that good things are going to happen, the good things show up.
Get to ask one press conference and you never had before, and they go, "Yeah, but not the access we want." I go, "Accessibility always available on the way to Marine Wire."
He brings ticket to like 132
for anybody else. You want to make sure that you're covering those issues and the programs that the administration is putting forward, and making sure that you're hitting all of that, all of those notes. But you also know that when you write a speech for Donald Trump, that he's going to go off script. And so when you're working your way through it, you're looking for those spots where he can go back to items that he's comfortable with, that he'll riff on. But the most part, it's like writing a speech for anybody else. You just have to get those pieces in. What I was going to say, just to follow up on your argument of access, I always made the argument that President Trump was the most accessible president we've ever had. He doesn't do press conferences as others, but he's almost always available on the way to Marine One. He brings the press into the the Roosevelt room, into the cabinet room, into the Oval Office, as you mentioned. And that level of accessibility is fantastic. What I found was it was also exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Exhausting. And they always had to be prepared. So, and I didn't understand this. I said, well, we're giving you more access than you've ever had before. And they go, yeah, but not the access we want. I go, what do you mean by that? And they said, and maybe you get to ask one. Yes, we have access, but we don't have the quality access, I guess, that they were looking for. And that's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If we can go to that full screen, it looks like the head table has been evacuated. I saw Oz Perlman talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump, and they are evacuating. It looks like they're taking all the security folks out of there at this point.
All right. Oh, yeah, they're not going to say that. They're not going to say that.
But I find it interesting that he said something about access. It's like people have full access to just I find that interesting.
So, in my opinion, I don't think so.
And Sean Charity, he said the only man that can wear a skirt and heels and still steal your woman. Yes, that was right. Yes, he could steal your woman easily. And there's one like this famous photo of him standing between two women on a couch. It's just like amazing. I love that. That man was all things.
Is Lenny Kravitz gay?
No, I think he was inspired by people like Prince. Personally, I think. I don't think he's gay. I think he's also again one of those men that can show his feminine side, but still be very masculine at the same time. It's very few many people can do that.
Yeah, I love Lenny Kravitz. That's just what you guys are there.
Speaking of Lenny, is he still performing? Or is he still like?
As far as I know, he's performing. You guys know?
I mean, he's in good shape. I seen him. Like he lives in the Bahamas, look like it, and you know.
Yeah, he's very selective, very artistic, about his choices of what he does musically. Like, I really like his daughter, Zoe Kravitz. Only problem is I think she made her life was being with Drake for a little bit. But I was like, that girl's brilliant.
I like Zoe Kravitz too.
Also Prince.
Who's the mom?
Was she Lucy Bonet daughter or no?
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
Prince also used to play basketball in like 6-inch heels and beat everybody.
That sounds like him. That makes you some more.
I had to see.
Also,
in the chat that Jay-Z.
I'm confused now. Also, my dad hung out with Prince, so I got that claim to fame. Yeah. The song. I'm in St. Paul. Yeah. The song Raspberry Beret says working for Mr. Mickey. Mickey is my family name.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
Damn, dude.
I remember that. Yeah.
You should start getting like Prince on that.
That's why he was taking so many painkillers and stuff for doing that type of stuff, like playing ball and probably performing on the stage. He used to perform on the stage. That's why he was taking a lot of painkillers.
So I know some people that work with Prince at Sunset Studio in LA, right? And they said that Prince would be there to see too, but doesn't really matter.
I've been to Paisley Park twice, and they have most of the exhibits are just there permanently, but they have one that rotates, and it was all of his shoes, and he had a cobbler that went with him on tour, and they would have a whole bunch of replacement heels because he always broke heels, so they had a whole bunch of replacement heels, and the cobbler could quick attach a new heel to the shoe, and he'd be back out there.
That is so crazy.
Of course he would. Of course he would.
Right.
The most amazing thing about
Okay, you guys ready? see. And I hope you guys hang around for it, because after tonight, there will be no more membership paying. I totally forgot I had this membership. I've been paying for it all this time. So, yeah, this is, I don't know if you guys even know Will Smith's best friend, Bilal, but some kind of war he's having with Jada is the first part, and then we'll have to do part 2 tomorrow, because this is going to be enough for me after you guys hear this. But the first part is, y'all hang around because it's Bilal's in it.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
It's just blew my mind. Are you telling me Bilal is gay?
I don't know.
Oh my God! All this time. So some of those songs are about a dude, right? That's a trip.
I know. I said with Jada's.
I mean, it's cool and all. I'm just saying, like, it flips my whole mind around, you know?
But what songs are about a guy?
He's got a sick album. That one album he came out with, and it's got that crazy song on it. It's a masterpiece. But I always wonder what the inspiration for that song was. What it was, you know. What you say?
Old Sisters about a guy. You really talking about a man.
You know Bilal? Do you know Bilal?
Yeah, I'm telling you one of the songs he has.
Oh, okay. You know his Hollywood track?
Nah.
Okay, the album with the Hollywood track. But then there was another song on it.
Is this the same Bilal?
B-I-L-A-L.
B-I-L-A-A-L, who is Will's best friend.
Oh, that might be a different one. Because there's a singer named Bilal. B-I-L-A-L.
With the braids. He has the braids. You made a song called Soul Sister. You're my soul.
Yeah, I know Soul Sister. Yeah. This one was something out there or something like that, you know. He made that butterfly style. Yeah, Bilal's fun.
Okay.
I told him this, but before I told him Maxwell is gay. A lot of people not gonna believe it, but you gotta meet these people in person.
I would not fight you on it. I would not fight you on that.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
Yeah, me either.
Maxwell, no. I wouldn't be surprised.
The Cinches helped corrupted Luther, and I never even imagined it until after he got skinny. People started saying that.
It would have surprised me if I would have cared.
Oh man, what's the singer? She always talked about it. Damn, I forgot her name.
So Elder, are you telling me that you listen to Superstar? You thought he was singing to a dude?
I don't know to them. No, Freddie Jackson.
Now, I didn't know that about Freddie. Are you serious right now?
What Freddie? Think about it.
Pick it up. I do think this guy is really wanted to document what was happening, and we'll see what's happening. I don't know about you guys, but so far I haven't seen anything that seems like their accounts have been widely inaccurate so far. So this might be a blessing in disguise in a way, because we actually might have maybe not some fake news to come out of this. We actually might have some real stuff.
Matt, the whole thing. So, like, let's take the account Wolf. Like, Wolf could have been a victim. He could have been shot. I mean, had this guy breached through the 6 layers of security, managed to beat all the guys with M4s, somehow overpowered with his flashlight superhero speed, zipped in there and started spraying the room, Wolf could have been hit. Doubt it. It's probably highly unlikely, but given that event, maybe he feels a particular way. Maybe he's like AOC, where she said she felt like the knock at the door with the Capitol Police coming to secure her when she wasn't even in the Capitol building at the January 6th convention, and how fearful she was, and she made up this really grand tale about how she was hiding in the that's that was all just BS. So, I mean,
99.9% of the time, it's the fucking twits that are fucking going to do the protest because they're libtards and they're wannabe fake Antifa fucking mock-ups where they're pretending they're some fucking soldier of fortune. Yep, and trying to fucking do that shit. And these guys have to suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, they get infringements on their rights under states. They get told that they're going to be doxxed. You have politicians now saying, oh, you wait, we're going to go around and figure out who voted for Republicans. They even were told that their service to the nation as a soldier wasn't good enough post. Yes. These people
that can be named is not the constant name.
They should all be
the nameless
absolutely
is the beginning of the 10,000 things.
Like me and others
The name is the mother of the 10,000 things.
But if you continue down this
path, those constantly without desires, Palestinians will perceive it salty.
Like you're
constantly with desires, others means the only that which they yearn for and see. These two things, these two together to merge. They have different names, yet they're called the same. That which is even more profound than the profound, the gateway of all subtleties. When everyone in the world knows the beautiful is beautiful, ugliness comes into being. When everyone knows the good and the not good comes to be, the mutual production of being and unbeing, the mutual completion of difficult and easy, the mutual formulation, the formation of long and short, the mutual filing of high and low, the mutual harmony of tone and voice, the mutual following of front and back. These are all constants. Therefore, the sage dwells in all active affairs and practices the wordless teaching. The 10,000 things arise, but he doesn't begin them. He acts on their behalf, but he doesn't make them dependent. He accomplishes his tasks, but he doesn't dwell in them. It is only because he doesn't dwell in them that they, therefore, do not leave him. By not elevating the worthy, bring it about that people will not compete. By not valuing goods that are hard to obtain, you bring it about that people will not act like thieves. By not displaying the desirable, you bring it about that people will not be confused. Therefore, in the government of the sage, he empties their minds and fills their bellies, weakens their ambition, and strengthens their bones. He constantly causes the people to be without knowledge and without desires. If he can bring it about that those with knowledge simply do not dare to act, then there is nothing that he will not be in order. The way is empty, yet when you use it, you never need fill it again. Like an abyss,
and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls, but I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed.
For our top story tonight, I'm John Kitover. I'm John Kitover.
Well,
as for my way, the way that can be spoken of is not a constant way. As for me,
here and there. I was really struck by this because it was alarming, and maybe it's just so incidental, it's but the fact that he said, I was worried over
no one realizes that as long as Adler is alive.
Target, and admittedly it was a scary moment, but then I rehashed it in my mind. I'm thinking, wow, in some ways he is exploiting this opportunity. I hope not, But to think that he would, lots of prominent public figures, the way that he said it was a little disturbing to me. And I'm not doing this to kiss the ass of.
No, I believe him. He's got an abnormally large.
Yeah, and first off, you're not doxing Emily. Emily's pretty much a public figure anyway. She comes on fucking social media all the time. I know her. I know her too. Like
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Dude, shut up.
Yeah, Thomas.
Get out of here, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, anyway, Emily doesn't care if you dox her. Her name's in prominent displays like every fucking news network channel anyway. She's on the screen 24/7. She's even called him a pompous ass. She doesn't like all the shit he says. But at the end of the day, she's still underneath him. I've had talks with her. She's not a bad person. She's got a job to do. At times, it's, quote, your sensationalism that actually kind of conveys it. And she goes, it's a show, and I get paid to work on a show.
Jeremy time is on review.
She teaches she's a courtesy professor at a university in Boston, not one of the bigger ones. And she's married with kids, and she hasn't been with CNN for over 10 years now.
But anyway, Blitzer's producer is Emily Atkinson. It's not like it's not unknown. She's gone on Twitter or she goes on X and talks about shit all the time.
I would want to dox this particular person is because this person is behind the scenes, and she wouldn't want people to know that she shared anything with me about Wolf Blitzer. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with her.
You just said the producer, and I know M's the fucking producer. So that's who's producing. Like, you're not making sense.
I don't
He's
know why.
I'll pass that mic around.
It's easy to set up your own CG.
Honestly, fuck Wolf Blitzer. He's a bitch. He tries to always make shit about himself. I never liked it from the start.
I thought he was pretty good when he was doing the Gulf War. Like, you remember in the beginning Kuwait, and he was reporting like in the early days. I mean, I thought he was pretty good then.
True, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. It was a long time ago, but I gotta give him that. And that's kind of what jump-started his career.
Maybe he's not relevant enough anymore because what happened, which was kind of funny, was that people after he went on his diatribe or after his report as a professional journalist, and he's clearly very upset by this incident. And who wouldn't be if you were that close to being shot, I suppose? But they were even struck by his response, and maybe he is self-important. I didn't used to pay that much attention to him. I'm curious if anyone saw Van Jones talking on that similar segment, because he called somebody out and I couldn't hear who he was talking about. If anyone saw that part. One of the fellow journalists on the panel.
You were probably the annoying viewer. talking in this room. You're not looking at a bunch of Trump voters that if we watched CNN, come on, man.
He might have been watching CNN.
Joe, when's the last time you put on CNN?
Oh, hell, I couldn't even remember. I'd have to think about it. They didn't kill the shooter, right? They got him arrested.
Not to distract, but the last good host on CNN was very key. He was pretty good.
We gotta send that fucking piece of shit to Guantanamo Bay. Honestly, there needs to be people who, we gotta make an example out of these fuckers.
Are they releasing any manifesto or anything? Has anything come out about this guy?
No manifesto yet, but
My question is, he was at the Hilton across the street, right?
No, it was at the Washington Hilton. It's at the Washington Hilton every year. It's a very big ballroom, and it's a big hotel. And it's been there, I don't know, someone could
Is
check.
that across from the White House?
Not exactly.
So
It's not, it's right there, but it's not exactly across. I forget what the cross street.
So you guys can tell me that I have Trump derangement syndrome, or that I'm a new acolyte, but I thought it was very wise of him, or very creative, very smart, and coincidental. He mentioned that this is a great reason why we're building the new ballroom over at the White House. I mean, I got to give it to him. Whether that's true or not, that was brilliant, right? Like that was him being brilliant. At first, I said to myself, "What bullshit?" And then I'm like, "Hey, how can the collective disagree with that?" I mean, this is where he's brilliant in finding opportunity to either reinforce truth or maybe mess with them a little bit to make it make sense. And I'm curious how you all feel about that.
Well, he wasn't the first president who bears a dime. Secondly, we should have a ballroom in the fucking White House. We have dignitaries, heads of states from other areas. It's an easier place to secure. You can't get the mass of people there. There's multiple layers of security, defensive networks, very easy to control in that kind of area. I think Nixon asked for one for multiple presidents. Trump had tried to appropriate funds. Trump got paid for by somebody else. And furthermore, a lot of people have left pissed off when the president had picks their favorite hotel, or if it was a campaign donor, they go and use that hotel for some kind of event that he's going to be attending. And they get all up in arms about considering money, even though all presidents do this. I mean, got it at the White House, so now nobody gets involved for the
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin? I think the greatest sin in the world is raising children in the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically, delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things, just from out when they're born. That to me is the greatest sin. People commit.
When the building at the White House will not hold this many people. It's probably always going to be in a venue like this. If it's not in this venue, it will be moved to the convention center. Do you know DC at all? Do you know the convention center? Ever been to an event? Either over, it's part like with the Marriott Marquis and the convention center or one big conference. Based on the size of this event, it has to be
it has more ingress points. It's just.
No, but they can lock that down.
I know they do lock it down,
but. Same with the Marquis. Well, the Marriott Marquis kind of in the same building. That it would have to be a big venue. It's a bigger event than what they're going to be able to house at the White House.
Just some breaking news. The suspect has finally spoke, and I put it in the chat too. But he said that he told law enforcement that after that he had intended to target officials within the Trump administration. So he has confessed his motive. Just let everybody know.
Well, we knew that.
I know, but people are always wondering on this stage what was his intention really. You know what I mean?
True.
First.
Exactly.
Actually, for those who didn't watch CNN, which is apparently all of you but me, a lot of Van Jones, others are very supportive of Trump. as they should be about his safety, but they were very supportive about the fact that actually that he wanted to. This was interesting because they know that the event would have had to be moved based on the circumstances that tonight, but they were also actually very supportive of his interest in kind of fighting back and wanting to not succumb to the threats of what they called, they didn't necessarily say domestic terrorists, but so it was very interesting. CNN had a couple other people. Who was on else tonight? I have to go look. You'll see if you watch the recordings, but they were pretty supportive of some of what he said before he even made his statement, his actions, right as it was happening.
So how many assassinations so far?
Well, we were trying to, I mean, actual attempts, if you add in what we just talked about, the Iranian attempt where the guy just got convicted.
Yeah.
So you have, so you have the one in Butler, you have the one at the golf course. There was something that was not an attempt and it falsely got reported as an attempt. It was actually a guy from Nevada that drove down to an event in Arizona, and he is a big Trump supporter, but what's legal to have in your car in Nevada with guns is not legal in, I believe it, I may be wrong, I think he was driving to Arizona, not California, and it was not legal in Arizona, and his car got stopped. So they were trying, it got reported that he was heading to a Trump rally, which in fact he was, and he got roughed up by the sheriff's department that stopped him, but he was cleared of everything, and there was no issue. So that was not an assassination attempt, although it got reported initially that it was, just because of the weapons. The guy had weapons in his car because he always has weapons in his car, and it's perfectly fine in Nevada, but not where he was.
And also the guy in the tree, right?
The guy in the tree was... No, it's
the fourth one?
No, so the guy in the tree was the Trump International golf course.
No, there was another one, like in the hunting thing at the top of the tree, overlooking the airport.
In Palm Beach?
Yeah.
It was on the tarmac, the airport.
Oh, okay, so that's 3 plus the Iranian is 4, so this would be 5.
He had the podium during his campaign speech where the guy ran up on stage.
So he can't be stopped. Poison? They keep trying our president, don't they? Actually, wasn't Erica Kirk at this event? She running away in tears. Like, her husband was killed at a similar style shooting. I mean, who's safe anymore? That's the real fucking question. Who's safe anymore? This shit is just crazy. This happened at our federal government event. But tomorrow or Monday, the Democrats, Chuck Schumer's gonna go on the House floor and say, well, it's Trump's fault.
Did Bush Jr. have any during history?
He had a shoot through at him in Baghdad. He had the fucking sandals.
I think, was he the one that had the grenade thrown at him? I think he might have been one. Or was that somebody else? That was Obama, maybe. Do you guys remember that incident or no?
I remember the shoe.
It was overseas. Someone threw a grenade. I wish president was. I think it was Bush Jr. And it just didn't go off. It was over in one of these, I don't know, like Croatia or something. I don't even know, some country like that.
That was Bush.
So Bush did have one there.
The grenade, it was one attempt. And till the PC, whatever it was, I can't even remember it.
Georgia, that's what it was. And I don't think Clinton had any, really, that I'm aware of, right? It seems like all those guys get unscathed on anything too major.
I just feel like sometimes there's an attempt, but with Trump, you know, like when there's an attempt on a president, the Secret Service will like hunker down, they'll figure out any of their weaknesses, and they'll get back to like top notch. Yeah. But with Trump, for some reason, and I'm not blaming the Secret Service here, but for some reason, going backwards keeps happening.
Yeah. No, well, first off, I'll wait till you finish. There's the guy who shot, like, I can't remember, he just unloaded at the White House when Clinton was inside. And then there was was it 95, 96 plot to kill him overseas. So he had 2 assassination attempts on Clinton.
Yeah, could this be the new norm? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. It's just something that's going to be considered by every president going forward. I mean, just throwing it out there. I don't know.
So far there's like I think there's over 25 cases, successful federal prosecutions against people for making threats against the president and or his family, with enough evidence to actually jail them. So, I mean, you know, that, like, for all the people online saying that they're, you know, really happy or do some stupid things, just understand they're going after you. You just may not be caught today, but you'll eventually get caught. And I think when the Butler happened, what was it, like 15,000 cases are still ongoing for investigation by the Secret Service for threats against presidents in total, so that are still considered active. So, I mean, they're going through a long list of them.
A lot of these leftists do want to see our president murdered in cold blood.
It's because he's white. They want he's white. He's racist.
To target officials within the Trump administration. So that's his motive. Just let everybody know. People are always wondering on this stage what was his intention really.
No, but some real shit though. Teflon Donnie is
all the media companies
to the white liberal, white nationalists that want to leverage and traffic in racism.
It has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics.
Experiences the power of and there are people that are fundamentally embedded into American fabric society that really want to take him out. And it's the people that look like him that trap racism. You haven't seen even this many attempts on Obama's life.
So I've been
together. You know what I mean? And in my opinion, I've seen, in my 45 years of living, this is the best president I've seen in my lifetime.
If we're such a racist country, why do you vote in Obama's country? And I thought they would try to kill Obama.
With Obama? Obama was an operator too, but Obama was to appease political support. I mean, don't get it twisted, because the first time we talk about
Experience when entering businesses like the one right here.
In terms of dealing with, politics and understanding it more, I became unfucked from that mindset anyway. But with Trump, here's a man, honestly, in my opinion, he said he's the least racist president that we've seen. But I personally don't think racist or not, because I think that's where low IQ, and if you are racist, being your politician, it's good that when you get right? But at the end of the day, that's not his calling card. Trump is about, he's not even about the money. Think about it, this man has dealt with billions and billions of dollars for 5 decades, right? So I believe that he's doing this shit for legacy. He wants to go down as the greatest president ever, who did all of this amazing shit that he's been talking about for 40 fucking plus years. And for the very most part, he's
all of those goals, right? Because it also, yeah, exactly. But he's also doing it for himself in terms of legacy. But what he's also doing in the process of that, he's saying, fuck the power system, the powers that be. He's going against that grain and exposing a lot of other underlying shit that doesn't just look one way. It doesn't indict all the Republicans or racists and Democrats or pro-black. No, it actually indicts the liberal party and their root and their access to evil and trafficking and things like that. At the same time, it highlights the obvious, right? But that's the thing. The whole core of the racial issue is like, I think, a proxy to cover up something a little bit more nefarious. Because at the end of the day, let's go with the facts. This guy doesn't give a fuck if you're Benjamin Netanyahu on air or if you're Obama. He will criticize. He tells you exactly how he fucking feels and what he plans to do about certain shit. He says he's going to do something. Doesn't matter how long it takes. He ends up doing it, right? Even if it goes against his own party.
Or the other party comes around
shit.
to our side.
You know what I mean?
Or the other party comes around to our side.
Yeah, either or. It's just, for him, it's just like the agenda. And his agenda is not the powers that be's agenda. You see what I'm saying? So is he playing to a certain tune? Yeah, but it's his own. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that everybody gets so riled up with the racist rhetoric shit. And really, I don't think that's the fair indictment of him. I don't believe that he's half as racist as everybody would pretend. I think
it's a made-up claim.
I think he's matter-of-factly about his position about, the solutions that he has. But the whole racism trope, that's a whole fucking liberal thing. If anything, they're probably some of the most racist people I've ever come across myself personally. But this whole shit, I mean, it's like, why? One should have to wonder, what is it about what he's doing that makes people really want to kill this man? And if you start really unpacking truthfully and without bias, I think you'll get past a lot of the layering and racist tropism and shit like that and get to something a lot more nefarious.
It's not just that. Like, what we have now is the fact that, and I'm not going to throw all the Democrats in there because there are some that are just sitting there going, I can't co-sign the shit that's going on in the left, and they're calling it out daily. Fuck, you got Frankenstein about to cross the aisle. He's probably going to go independent, but I mean, he might as well just cross the aisle and just get it done with, according to the left. They've turned on him. You've got like fucking idiots like Bill Maher out there. He's not an idiot, but I mean, still at the end of the day, you have this guy sitting there trying to, like push people and saying, where are the Democrats at? Because this isn't the party that I was part of. And you have a lot more crossing over onto the Republican side. And I'm just sitting here watching this, and when the left loses, they do become violent. They do attack. If you hear a conservative speech, you don't hear Trump, you don't hear Vance, you don't hear anybody really sitting there condemning and saying that the left is a threat to fucking your existence. You may have people now saying this because, quite frankly, they're tired of getting shot at. They're tired of getting beaten in the streets. They're tired of being doxxed online. But the odd thing is that the left is losing their shit. They can't make Target close their stores. They can't boycott Tesla enough, which is really stupid. I don't know why they were going around damaging Teslas, because quite frankly, it was them that bought the fucking things. But they continuously jump and flip. There's no line. There's nothing they're offering. And so whatever affects them as a group, they just virtue signal and become violent. And then they're screaming, oh, no, we're the ones standing on the right side of history. And you can't win with a group like that. You just can't. And Americans don't want to co-sign in mass, which is evidenced by the last fucking election that Trump took all of the swing states. Not even close. And the majority of swing counties. Like, it wasn't even a fucking match. And it's weird. If they actually realize, hey, maybe our message isn't sinking in with the majority of Americans, maybe we're the ones that are wrong. Maybe people would like, hey, you know what, why don't you take a few years to figure that shit out, and then let's put reasonable people back into play. But the left can't do that.
So I ciphered with the recent indictment from the SPLC for funding Charlottesville. Are you familiar with that?
No, educate me about it.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center was just indicted last week for funding right-wing extremists to throw protest called Charlottesville. This was during Trump's first term. They then framed Trump as the racist when he said something like, well, you know, there's good people on both sides.
Oh, yeah, I remember playing the clip of that. Do you know what? Yeah. Did you watch the whole 4 minutes?
Well, yeah, no, for sure, I'm familiar with that. But look, Joe Biden, when he declared for his to run for president for the 2020 election, he said, I'm running because of Charlottesville. So now it's all come out in this indictment. They're not guilty yet, but it's all come out in this indictment. That the Southern Poverty Law Center is funding the racism that they intend to fight against. So the racist trope is completely manufactured from a cottage industry. And the left and the Democrats seize on it to advance their agenda.
Well, you know, right to this stuff. I was literally talking about this in the other group, and I played the 4-minute thing. He literally, in the same 4 minutes, utterly obliterated and condemned white supremacists and white nationalists. And even, I believe, in the same year of 2019, there's a joint house resolution that designated white nationalists and racists as domestic terrorists, which could imply that if they're on one side of the law enforcement, if you deem them or connect a nexus to them with white nationalism, would exonerate you of, you know, any criminal repercussions, getting rid of a citizen or you getting rid of a terrorist. So it's an identifier, right? So the whole thing that the left is leveraging, you know, racism, like Joe Biden, the ass thing. You have a hard time figuring out whether to vote for me or Trump if you ain't black. I'd have slapped the dog shit out that bitch ass motherfucker. Like, I would definitely ask him what kind of audacity did he get from where, because like that is one of the most egregious shit.
You would have had to beat corn pop up to that.
Yeah, and corn pop too, and yeah, there's so much shit about him. He's the real motherfucker, racist. If
you really want to know something about Biden's legacy, go look up the 78-79 Biden policy, which he took from fucking, if I can remember. It's how he pushed for an allocation on schools for school funding. Yeah, all that shit, and how the funding actually worked, and how it actually promoted and actually allowed more segregation while it was codified under law, and denied funds to fucking black majority schools in the country. Meanwhile, he's lauded as a great hero for civil fucking rights. I'm sitting there going,
I never saw him in pictures with fucking Rosa Parks, and he never gave money to Jesse Jackson. He didn't give money to the Black Panthers or fly Nelson Mandela in. He didn't sit with Michael Jackson in the goddamn courtroom on both trials every single day. He didn't house Jennifer Hudson and her entire fucking family after they were massacred for 9-6 months. I mean, it's just so much about Trump in his personal life that he didn't even ever speak on, which even lets you more know that he's not on that shit. He's been a part of the black community, or not black community, black culture in his sense, success guy. Right? He's even on the fucking Wu-Tang out in the early 2000s and shit. Nobody started saying that he was a racist until he ran for office as a Republican. Then they start talking about all the other shit. See, the other thing about it is, too, and this is where I'm going to have to give you guys both sides of the shit, because I can't exonerate white nationalists and white racists too. So if you feel indicted by it, just check your heart. Only thing I would say, if it doesn't, feel any kind of way about it, just, roll with me on this. As a black man in America, I understand the nature of how this country was built upon, right? And I understand we want to move forward past it. So it's hard to do without reparation, and it's hard to do without admitting facts and just correcting history. But I would say to you this, the racist trope is valid to a degree. He validates Trump's ideology, even though I believe in a lot of ways he is a scapegoat. He validates the anxieties and the complaints that other ethnic groups, especially Black Americans, say about white Europeans. On one hand, he's an embarrassment. On the other hand, he builds up or props up white nationalists because they want to align with him, even though he rejects them vehemently, right? That being said, I feel like it's fucked up because he might not be nearly half of the guy that everybody reports him to be. But at the same time, his existence highlights an undercurrent that has never been really fully fleshed out. Right? So we have to deal with that.
Here, bear with me a moment. So, when Trump came down, his first statement was he wanted a 6-month moratorium on all Muslim immigrants, right? You remember that?
Right.
Okay. So, bear with me because this is a bit of it's a road to get there, but it's not. I'll say it really quick. The people that have the loudest vocal racist cries against Trump tend to be immigrants. They tend to be of a certain persuasion. These are also the same individuals who go and set up shops in Black communities or impoverished areas and watch how they actually treat Black Americans as if they were lower than dog shit, as if they don't. It's not. They complain. They scream. They say all sorts of things. But when it's convenient or when they feel that oh wait, I can gain a grift off of this, they literally jump on the backs of Black Americans saying, you sit down, you're at the back of the line. I'm the one that's being oppressed. And they jump above it trying to take over and narrate the story of Black Americans. And that's the issue I have with a lot of those tropes, like an Ilhan Omar.
Right. That's fucking accurate. We have our battles on certain days. I think on Mondays and Tuesdays we get along and agree. On Wednesdays and Thursdays we fight and argue. But I'll tell you this, brother, what you just said was accurate and it was wise and this is the truth. And that's the thing that I try to tell some of my people about this war, if you will. It's not even a war against Black and white. It's really about good and evil, right? And the devil is a manipulator. He sets the stage. If you keep people divided, then they can't never come together. And there's going to be constant war. You can hedge your bet because you can both bet on both sides of the situation. And whoever wins, even though there's no winner, the adversary wins, right? But when you're dealing with intelligent minds that can see the manipulation, that's why I'm not feeling no fucking kind of way because I be thinking about the Democrats like, well, you should be outraged and you're an Uncle Tom. Well, why not let them know when they use that trope? I know you didn't read the book because the protagonist in that book was Sambo, right? So it lets me know that that's ignorant. But then the other side of it is why do you want me to be so offended? Right? Like people talk about Venezuela. Do you know the Venezuelans were happy about what Trump did? Iran, same thing. Nigeria, same thing. But they want motherfuckers to be outraged so you could leverage that to validate trying to assassinate him and his character. Or trying to devalue the good work that he actually is and has been doing. Right? Because I saw Gates go down. Shit, the top of the year, when I came back to America just to stop in, I got gas for $1.72. It's in my PTR. You feel me? When everybody else paying on it, I'm like, how the fuck is y'all complaining about this dude? So it's like, in the world's eyes, you have to have a villain story to kind of scapegoat or bypass a lot of other shit that nobody really wants you to pay attention to. So I agree with you there. And in terms of those immigrants, we know that they're our partners. We just saw the Latino fucking officer in Houston, Texas, talking about how good she felt to use the N-word. Like, dude, you know what I'm saying? We know that there are other motherfuckers that come to this country that's racist as shit, that are real racist. And then they talk about our oppression like we should feel a way about it. I'm like, well, look, at the end of the day, to me, I feel safer in South American shit. But I ask, all this shit, why the fuck would you want to come to America? Because the lighter their skin is, we think we can get in. I was in an elevator with a motherfucker and they was talking about this shit. And I said, hey, and where I come from, y'all Colombians, y'all worse than niggers. You guys will be treated lower than Black Americans, right? So that being fucking said, like, don't think that this is because your skin. Once you start speaking like Walla Walla, put your ass in a Dorito bowl too. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, like is a shit stain that only Americans can really fix. But you have this left hand over here that wants to be morally right. That's just as corrupt, if not more, than the motherfucking Republicans are keeping the shit going. And if you did trace back racism, if you did trace back a lot of racist rhetoric and legislation, it starts with the Democrats. But historically, whether it's Democrat or not, I feel like they're both two wings on the same dragon. It's just about good people. If you're a good person, you're a good person. If you're a shitty person, you're a shitty person, no matter what your political affiliation is. Evil doesn't have an address or a political party or that.
I just wanted to say I put in the chat a couple links. There was an incident when Trump was leaving the dinner. A woman came running out in front of his motorcade, going after the motorcade. There was a pro-Palestinian protest happening outside while the event was going on, and she was one of the people from the protest. I also put in the chat some of the protesters that were inside the lobby area, you know, that hallway we were talking about, Code Pink. Yeah, so, I mean, one of the things that also occurs is there's all these other parties that are happening at the same time and then leading into the dinner itself. So that's why there's also so many people in the hallway. They're already in the building at like pre-parties and maybe the AP, different news outlets host different events, and so it's kind of like, imagine a convention center. You know, it's chopped up. There's the big ballroom, but then there's all these smaller rooms where they're having other events. So that also enabled a lot of the people to have access inside the building and these protesters. And then the third thing I put in the chat was the signage after he was leaving, calling for death to him as a tyrant. Code Pink is, oh boy, get me on that subject. It's an organization, very, very left, you know, like a communist left, advocates and protesters that it's run by this woman, Malia, I think I'm probably saying her name wrong. Medea, thank you. Yeah. And her co-founder Jody, who was married, or I don't know if still married to Roy. I'm so bad with names. It's Lee Bingham, that's lives in China, involved with the Communist Party. So that's where their funding comes from. And they're an extreme political acts group, and you'll often see them. This may sound familiar to you. They hang out in the halls of Congress, and they go after members of Congress, Senate, and try to corner them. And the older lady, like blonde, very, very wormy looking, like mousy, wormy looking. Yeah, that's her.
She attacked Trump one time.
Roy, is it Singham or Bingham? Who lives in Shanghai, and their fund is the funding,
they're funded by China indirectly, you know, through multiple entities. But I think somebody or some entity, a government actually found out that they were being funded directly by China, and you know that's where they're getting their funds. So it's like hats off to China for creating an operation called Code Pink that just screams at military personnel as they walk by. They're almost as bad as the Westboro Baptist fucking.
Oh yeah, I just looked it up. It says New York Times reports that Neville Roy Singham is based in Shanghai and accused of
supporting CCP was funding cocaine. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Yep. And it's under federal investigation now.
Is he a man? Neville Royce?
It sounds like a British name, but he's married to this is it Jodie Evans? I can't remember her last name.
Oh, he's married to that old lady?
No, not the old lady. The old lady's the other founder of Code Pink. Jodie something. But anyway, you often see them on television because you'll see them accosting different members of Congress. Or they go into the hearings and they disrupt them. I put a video in the chat of them in the hallway outside the building.
So they were part of this, allegedly?
No, of the assassination attempt? No, I'm saying that they were trying to explain the temperature of what was happening outside the actual dinner and who has access to it, and there was protests going on. So I put that in.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the fourth or fifth assassination attempt on Trump? I think this is the fifth. That's what I thought.
I mean, he's had a couple other attacks. Like, I mean, there is the English idiot that was going to drive a forklift and he got stopped before it even came to materialization. It was somehow his grand plan was to drive a forklift into the beast. Not sure if that would have worked, but I kid you not. And then there was like some other guy that tried to take a cop's gun. He was arrested before the president was even in the area. So, I mean, he's got like 25, right now he's got like 25 prosecutions where people are locked up for threats on him. And, I mean, I guess maybe they'll start bringing back the ricin, letters that he sent to Obama and other members. And I'm waiting for those to break out now.
Wow. Right. What was the other? The anthrax too. Yeah, they had the anthrax too. You guys want to say that the anthrax and the ricin. They've been doing ricin for a longer time than the anthrax. I think the anthrax just came out with Obama. And yeah, it's crazy work, man. Crazy fucking that. I mean, he's for the money for sure. He's about business. He's a businessman. That's what we voted him in for. But he literally, I believe, I'm convinced that he's about legacy. He gives a fuck more about his kin. He does more about, they like talk shit while he's alive, but when you unpack it, God forbid, he died earlier, and when you unpack his legacy, it's hard to indict that man for the shit that they're saying. It's hard to put that on. Like, I can't see. I agree with that. I see how people can be manipulated, but just saying, the shit that they're saying about him, like, I just can't see it. Like, dude, like, he brought trillions of dollars in new investments to America, bro.
If he walks away with his goal of $21 trillion investment, now it'll be a few years before we see that trickle down.
Right.
But if he brought $21 trillion, by the time he leaves, that's literally over half of what our deficit is. That's just, he'll go down as the greatest president in our history, giving us a sustainability for another 250 years. Like, multiple administrations will be bankrolling off of that. You can't do that. And he's reshaped the political landscape, and he might bring peace to the Middle East, or at least some sort of stability. He's already made some inroads there. So, I mean, he may actually achieve. He will definitely go down as one of the most prominent presidents in our history, and his name will be long remembered. But I think you're right. He wants a legacy that says he's the best, and he was a great president, and people look back on him with kindness because he's always been about his name and his family, and he wants that. And I just feel bad for Barron because that kid is fucking tall as hell, and I can't imagine being Secret Service and being like trying to guard that poor teenager.
He's up next. And you know what? As long as the stock market is up, I don't give a fuck what Trump does. Fuck the Epstein files. Let's fuck it. Go.
But here's the thing about the Epsteins. There's not one, you gotta consider the source. Two, there's nothing in there that indicts him on any fucking thing. And then three, it's like he left him alone. He told the FBI in 2006 to go after him and Ghislaine. And the emails about Trump being all of this, that, and the third didn't come out till 2019. And he was what then at the time? The president. So of course, you're fucking mad. You're a fucking convicted pedophile. You're still dealing with left and right wing motherfuckers. And you have all these different connections and resources. Your old buddy is now the president of the United States. You don't like him because he kicked your freaky ass out of his motherfucking place. And you was a part of some goofy ass shit for many years that you didn't want to be a part of anymore. And he let the FBI know, which means you know that he talked about that before he was even the fucking president. So if anything, the operation information gathered files, which most people ain't read no 3 million emails, let alone one. Tolerates him though. So the obsession with him is just like, when I see shit like that, I automatically start to question the source. Like you're saying all this shit about this guy, but a lot of things are sticky. What are you really after him for? Yeah, what are you really after him for? What's motivating you to want to take him down that much? That's too much effort.
Money is the root of all evil. That's
the love of money is. Money is a tool. It's also a hell of a character filter. I see money do a lot of good stuff. What's that guy's name on Facebook? Zach something? That does it. He acts like he's pouring shit against people money. No, not Mark Zuckerberg. This is one white guy.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's a wealthy guy. He just walks around like he's homeless and he's super cool. I like watching this shit. His content is dope and it's authentic to me. You know what I'm saying? And he be checking for lives and shit. He got even celebrity kids. And the celebrities' kids are following him. Like that's a good positive thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, he can do a lot of. He goes by Zeke or Zach something. I forget his fucking last name. It's like I can't pronounce his last name like that. Like some obscure type shit. I don't know. But he's he's a cool motherfucker though, man. And at the end of the day, that's why I still go back to the point that money is not the root of all evil. It's the love of it. When it becomes your God and you'll do anything for it, that's when it becomes problematic.
You know, I used to think it was money. I no longer, at my age, think that it's money. I think it's power. I think money is just a stepping stone to help you get power, but I think what really is truly the evil that we have is power. Because once they get it, they can't go, look at AOC, she's done nothing for her district, she's brought nothing in terms of creation. She's boosted her portfolio, but she hasn't done anything for the people of that area. She's stomped on jobs, she stomped on investment opportunities there. She cheered on McDonald's, the mayor of New York, and now she's really good at making Instagram speeches, and acting like she's a victim. But she hasn't done it. But she craves that power. She isn't willing to step aside, and she wouldn't bite the hand that was making her the money. She never wants you to sit in at Nancy Pelosi's office and then bent over and said, "Yes, dear Aunt Nancy, I'll take it any way you want to." And once she got her hands on that money, and once she got her hands on, guess what? Congressional seats, and it was able to get her Instagram likes, and she liked influencing, and she liked that little semblance of power. But she can't win a sentencing.
Just like the chick from Texas that got defeated. What's her name? Jasmine. Her goofy ass. I can't claim her, man. Like, listen, I love my black women and every damn thing, but that woman is an imposter. I have yet to see a true honorable, not to say that they don't exist, but I have yet to see a true honorable, clearly like righteous fucking politician. Like they're worse than drug dealers. There's drug dealers that got more companies than most of these motherfuckers. In fact, most egregious crimes and indictments come from these people. Even the brother that killed him and his wife, and while his kids were at home, Virginia and shit. Like Virginia lieutenant governor just opened the gun.
Shocking on Crockett. You're not going to believe I'm saying this, but in some ways, I wish she had won that primary because the guy that she lost is his politics and his policies are so far left and so disturbing. Tallarico, I don't know, again, if I'm saying his name right. And I never thought I'd be defending Jasmine Crockett. He's pretty
good. But can you give me a contrast of the difference between their politics?
With the gender affirming stuff, he's Tallarico's like super far left. That's one issue that pops out with him. But for me, I'll try to give you like his main policy. He's like a Beto, only more to the left than Beto O'Rourke was. And Crockett, as a member of Congress, was not a squad member. She definitely, I agree with you on a lot of stuff about her, but she wasn't as extreme as the squad. To my knowledge, and someone can tell me I'm wrong on this, but I don't think she was.
I don't know if you call her a squad, but the fact that she didn't win her election seat, it was gifted to her. And I'll give this, I don't like Al Green's politics, but I can tell you what, visiting Texas, here's something that Jasmine didn't do that Al Green does. There was a problem with pretty shitty apartment buildings around here. A lot of people were complaining about elevators, especially for those 55 and older communities. Most of these happen to be minorities or elderly, poor, impoverished areas. So Al Green showed the fuck up, even outside of his area. He took time out. He left the fucking thing to go down to his people. He showed up. He sat there and said, "Hey, these ACs have been off for a month," and he's sitting down there having a glass of water with a 90-year-old woman, and listening to her complaining. He actually listened. Then he got on the phone calls. He called other people. He brought them in. I have a lot of complaints about Al Green's policies and his actions, but when it comes to being there for his constituencies, the motherfucker shows up. You can't take that away from him. There's a respect level, and he showed up. Jasmine never did that for anybody in her district. Never showed up to help absolutely anybody.
Well, when you can manipulate the stocks with your vote and get rich doing that, and really not have to do shit, you have a whole staff that looks over legislation, and you have an agenda that you vote and follow, and you get paid 6 figures and get all this other shit fanfare. It's an easy sell. That's why I'm saying some of the most corrupt people I've ever met are politicians. Bankers are second. The investment pool and the political pool, oh man, that's just the jacuzzi inside of the hot. That's like the hot tub inside of the pool. They're both do the same shit. It's just, you know what I mean? Which one do you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, it's like that girl out of 25th district saying that she took.
She was James Sean Thomas the 4th, 16th. Sorry, I'm playing with buttons. Am I in a room? Can you hear me? You could hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just that guy.
Yeah, but anyway, it's like that congresswoman out of Florida that she just resigned, but she was going to face, they were going to remove her out of Congress, and she's walking around and saying, "I never spent $3 million on a yellow diamond ring," and when they do the investigation, she violated the laundry list of ethics, which I find laughable, but because probably all of them done it, but she's got the diamond ring on during one of her speeches and a couple other incidences while she's up in DC, and she's like, and they're just like, "Here's a picture of you wearing the fucking ring."
That's crazy.
It's Tallarico, one of the things he said is God is non-binary. He's had some radical stuff about, they're saying too radical for Texas. A lot of gun control. I mean, in a state like Texas, things like that.
Being shit like that, he's going to lose.
Yeah.
It's probably good that he did, because Jasmine seems like she would have been more palatable than he would have been. But that's a good thing, Here's passport, but I also know that my house is fucked up too. I'm not gonna sit here and shine the finger at anybody else knowing that there's three pointing back at me, but I'm gonna rather be on this side of the fence than the other. I don't want to live in China and be under their rule political system. I believe in America, you know, it is racism, it is some bullshit out there in South America. It's fucking beautiful and I feel safer there, but at the same time, I don't have the same freedoms or the same infrastructure as I would in America. I see from a business opportunity or a business position that if America can get their house in order, right, internally, we would be better positioned to lead. And I believe, in my opinion, that that's what Trump wants to do. Whether he does it or not, or whatever the case, however anybody else frames it, I think they literally probably share some of the same thing. But America should lead that cause. Who else better, right? It's just, you know, time will tell. Time will tell. And I'm not one of those motherfuckers that want to see all America's going to lose this war with Iran. I don't want to fucking see that. I'm in the house where I'm going to burn it.
I mean, the American Empire is fairly strong. I mean, we get a lot of attacks, and it's weird. Everyone tries to emulate being America. They want, but they also stand there with their hands out. Stretched. They're like, yes, give me. When you actually start looking at countries and looking at it, like all this stuff, you're just like, wow, we really do pay for the world. We do subsidize literally the world and then protect it at the same time. So it's kind of a crux. Everybody hates you when you're on top, and they don't. And I always say that America has. Yeah, it's not great. But like America has no true allies. We don't have any friends. We'll have alliances based on convenience and monetary value. And as long as we're doing what we do, we'll still have those, and we'll stay on top. And then eventually another empire will come, but we'll all be dust in the wind and, you know, be forgotten about.
You know what though? I agree with you. There's a paradox to that though. Like what you just said. Literally, some of the same people that would be on my dick in South America because I'm black and American will try and shine on me in America. So if they come to America and they're white or white looking, they'll leverage that. Like they'll literally like, well, black Americans, blah 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 blah. But when they do in your country, you want to charge me 4 times as much. You want to invite me everywhere. I'm a celebrity, right? You come to there, you think that you're aligned with this, and they don't fucking like you. Like, I had to tell us that you're less than black people in America just because you got this skin. As soon as you start talking that quality shit, that's, you know what I'm saying? You see how your people being treated on the news, right? So it's just like, but that's something that America has to get rid of. And I'll tell you this, man. If America deals with the issue of race, for real, once and for all, then they'll be in a real moral position to lead. That's all I have to do. You do that, it literally will change the world.
How so?
Well, it's the moral compass. So there's this always, it boils down to morals, morality, what's ethics, who should lead, why. It kind of deals with that at once and for all. But then the other side of it too, globally, it unlocks a whole new level of leadership, but investment. I mean, culturally, but I mean that also financially too. We just talk numbers. Racism has cost America a lot of money. And if you undo that or reinvest into your people, you can go a lot further, a lot quicker, with more influence. There's a pathway to everything. But the thing that you don't want to let go of, the thing that's hardest to debate and deal with, is that topic right there, that and religion.
Cypher, is there a country in the world that doesn't?
I would say there probably is, but when you think about the top ones, I I mean, if you've been to Vanuatu, you know, there's different places on the planet that don't understand the concept of racism. But is it far few in between? Agreed. I mean, the Chinese, the Cambodia, Thailand, there's a whole ethnic conflict there in the same way in fucking Africa. Right now, you got South Africa beefing with Nigerians and Ghanaians. Right? You have Russia and fucking Ukraine beefing. They talk the damn near same language, look the goddamn same, and they're beefing. But there's something going on. I honestly believe this is all of this stuff is leading up to different events, and there's going to be something else that's going to happen that's going to make people question a lot of different things coming together to pull people off the rubber. United America, this, that, and the third, for a good strong 18 months, I'm riding that way. It's like, oh yeah, this is bullshit, you know. But then, you know, certain things start to come out, you know. But those events happen, and it changed the world, literally, right? So there's something else that's going to happen. I don't know exactly what it is, but I hope that it's a choice that we make versus something that happens to us that we have to climb out of. If that makes sense.
Yes, for 9/11, people came together, but the political parties were still divided. Because right after it, the Democrats, and they shut up about this very quickly. They said, "Oh, it's our fault that 9/11 happened," and then they looked around and saw the rest of the country going, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then they shut up about it. But eventually, that narrative came out. You know, if we had to interfere in the Middle East, then we wouldn't have had these problems. Narrative. Now, I don't want to debate that whole issue, but politically, but yes, I agree. Like when you look at the people on the ground and the support that the actual citizens of this country felt towards each other after 9/11, there was a sense that, yeah, we got attacked and we're coming together and we will, we're gonna do something about this. But politically, the Democrats went underground for a while, but they never stopped being Democrats. And the difference was, and this is conjecture on my part. You look at from the 1930s to the 1940s, the leftists, the neoliberals had formulas, and they were still, during, well, actually, never mind that, because I'm realizing then around, never mind that. I was sort of thinking off the top of my head, but, the two political, we'll just say the two political parties were more closely aligned, I think, during World War II. And certainly you had the sense, but it somehow seems different. I could be wrong on that last point. But
well, I think though, I get what you're saying, Alan, and I appreciate your perspective on that, but I really think that the original sin of America was the causing the divide. It's not a political party, right? It's not the Republican and Democrat. It's literally about good people. It's really about the both parties haven't served this country very well. They both have flaws. They both have a lot of things that combined together has oppressed their own people and other people around the world. shit. You know, I might have some of his ways and everything else, but I'm not on that shit. I don't want you get mad at me neither. Yes, I understand that. So then it's up to you to fix it. What are you going to do about it? Well, I don't want to do about it. That's the problem. So you can't say that I'm going to be the moral authority of the world, and you carry this embedded hypocrisy that discredits your defense, so that those that indict you have a legitimacy to it, right? So you could then understand the aggression. To detach from that is to not be morally accountable.
Yeah, Cypher, you and I disagree.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I can still appreciate what you said, even though we don't agree on one. I do believe that the government, I don't know, before you cut me off, I do believe that the government did something with 9/11. There's evidence that suggests that. I do believe that fucking the COVID shit happened with China, America, and a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel that way about that. But it doesn't dismiss the impact. The reason why the world has a problem with American authority, though, is legitimate to a degree. Even though America could be right about their approach to certain shit. But if you don't have your own house fixed and you're not a moral leader of any goddamn thing. I mean, let's just be real. We are protecting our interests. And yes, we do look out for a lot of countries. Right? We do have influence. We did do some things for countries that we knew that were fucked up. We did some egregious things. We can't ignore that, Alan. Only thing I am saying, the focal point of what I'm saying is that doesn't mean that you don't have a right to self-determination yourself. You have a job to do to stay on top. Right? We have a job to do. I'm an American, a real American, since by blood and by work. And by every means and stretch of imagination, I'm a real fucking American. But I can't sit here and say that the house that I come from ain't got blood on the walls. Doesn't mean I want you to come and burn it down.
I appreciate the degree to which you look at it. The problem is, from my viewpoint, is the obsession with the sin, to use your term. I mean, you know, this is a country that is sin, but is also obsessed with correcting that sin, and has done huge things, not only for its own citizens, but huge things for other countries. You say, well, they've done some things for other countries. No, they have done a lot of things for other countries at the expense of our own country, multiple times more than any other country. Now, the fact that we have gained from it is irrelevant, and it's irrelevant because it's irrelevant because everybody gets, and there's lots of issues that we.
What's irrelevant though? I missed that part, brother.
Okay, I couldn't find the words. There's lots of countries with lots of issues that we could have gained from, and yet we chose whatever the particular ones we happen to choose. Right now, we could go to China and say, well, we don't like the way you're treating your Muslim population, and we're going to go to war over it. And we would gain a lot financially, but we're not. And that's okay, you know. But
when you say the obsession of the sin, what do you mean by that? Can you go into that area?
Well, we don't have the right to have any kind of moral authority because the sins of our past.
Why? Explain that. Explain your thinking.
Those sins, why? Well, let's start with number one. This is like what we did in other countries. Okay? Like, when I was in college and after college, it was all about what we did in South America. The Soviet Union was fucking South America. We fucking have it. Who would you rather have? Take over your country? The Soviet Union or the United States? So to say, the left hate that is this great sin of America.
Alan, can I give you a contrast to that really quickly? I'm going to give you a contrast. Just want a conversation to want to hear you. You want? Okay, gotcha.
That was considered a stain upon the moral authority.
And you know how they want that war was aimed for our citizens and criminalizing them and fucking up generations of people who are again coming out of other traumatic issues like the funds from trafficking cocaine to your own urban neighborhoods and creating laws like of those people that makes more money, like actions of oppression on certain groups of people to win that war and influence. There was a more compass this. No, hear me out though. The funds from it, the proceeds that kept the engine running was seeded from that. And that directly fucked up my communities. It wasn't seeded from that though. Where did the funds come from?
No, the Iran-Contra scandal started when Congress, that whole thing you're talking about, using cocaine to fund the war against the Contras, started after Congress cut off funds.
Right. So what does that have to do with my point?
That didn't seed the war.
It was already war. I get what you're saying. Correction.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. But still, it kept the engine going, is what I said too. It kept that going. So what I'm saying is that is an egregious fucking that right there is you should give reparations for that alone. And I'm not begging for reparations. I'm not one of the motherfuckers that like, I need reparations. I think it's owed and all that other stuff. I think it's legit and it's definitely a debt that's owed. But we can go with just that right there. Like that is something where a country should be like, I did fuck up about 50 years or 40 years plus of a whole generation, like people, a whole demographic of people locked them up. I created laws behind it. I destabilized neighborhoods, broke up families, and made money off of the abortions and the foster children and sex trafficking them. And it's all kinds of nefarious shit that's involved in that, right? And it's never dealt with the sins. So, no, you are not a legit moral authority on anything. You're just in the position of power. And because you're in a position of power, of course, you want to protect that position, right? Because, like Matt said earlier, they don't like you when you're on top. They hate you when you're on top. And they don't respect you at the bottom.
Yeah, but does the fact that they funded that war through cocaine and that it fucked up people in this country, does that change the moral position in the war in South America? That doesn't change the fact. No, it doesn't.
It literally does change it. Because now those countries they're benefiting. A lot of their export is that, and they've been dependent on that for 40 years. And now you want to cut it off? You should have never started.
I'm talking about the issue of American influence versus Soviet influence.
But the Soviets weren't trafficking drugs.
No, the Soviets just wanted to completely, oppress the people of those countries.
In what way?
If
case we're trying to enact it.
Well, would you want to live in the Soviet Union in the 1960s?
Educate me about it. I was born in 81.
Well, if you don't understand what communism is about.
I do understand it. I want to understand it from your frame point. I understand what it is. I just want to understand.
No, I'm talking about it from an objective viewpoint.
Okay, me too. So I want to understand yours.
Okay, communism is bad.
Why?
Gulags.
Why?
Solzhenitsyn, read Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah, thank you, Michaela.
By the way, I should remind you, I'm an American, and I prefer what I got set up for myself right now. But I just want to understand your point, so I'm challenging you by asking, why do you feel like it's bad?
You would have nothing set up for yourself. Let's start with that.
You can be an entrepreneur in communism, right?
No.
Oh, you can't have a private industry like that's backed by the government? Like being a government contractor?
It depends. If you're in China,
you can't do that in communism?
If you're in China, you can do that. That's like open market communism. It's a little different.
Maybe less than 1% of the population was able to engage in those activities. But that's because you were the party elite. That's it.
But everybody below a certain tier gets paid the same, pretty much, right?
Nothing. Yes,
let me ask you this: if China is the second wealthiest country in the world, right?
China's not Soviet Union.
Yeah, okay. Cypher, let me put it another way. Okay, because when I was a kid, okay, one of the ways they would say, eat your food, people are starving in China. And we used to laugh. What they were referring to was, I forget the year, but I believe it was Mao Zedong decided that China was going to have the Great Leap Forward. So we forced all the farmers to change their farming equipment and modernize them to manufacture food. They stopped making food. As a result, they stopped growing food. And within 5 years, 20 million people died. And that happened twice in China. That's communism. So we can start there and work our way down.
But what do you call America? America's a what?
A capitalist system.
Or I thought it was a republic.
Well, the Constitution. We're talking about multiple things here. We're talking about the type of governance it has, and we're talking about its financial system. In communism, they are both tied together.
I never knew of another country that sold their own citizens their death.
Say that again?
I never knew of a country that sold their citizens drugs.
It's been such a long time. Okay? But
it's still going on, sir.
Well, look. It's funny. I was just watching Dave Chappelle talking about the opioid epidemic and his perspective on it. And I love Dave Chappelle. But when I hear about when he compares the opioid epidemic, which affected mostly white people, and the crack cocaine epidemic, which affected mostly black people, when you go to your doctor and your doctor prescribes a drug, you assume you're going to a doctor
which you assume has training and is licensed and is sanctioned by the government. If you go to some pub on a street corner and buy a drug from him and you don't understand that it's illegal and it's bad for you, that's on you. I don't care how that drug ended up on that street.
Same way with the crisis in the white community of overdoses from what's this shit called? Fentanyl.
Fentanyl? No, well, the issue with fentanyl is that it's put in drugs and people don't know. Now, if
but people buy it on the streets illegally, and they know it.
Now look, if they're taking fentanyl and
methamphetamines, ketamine, ice.
Yeah. You
know what? Very big problems, killing tens of thousands of people a year.
Yeah. You know what, Cypher? I give you the point. 100%. 100%. If you're going and buying fentanyl directly on the street, yeah, it's on you. It's on you.
Yeah.
But in my example, it was the comparison between the opioids, which acted that it was people who were getting prescriptions, from their doctors, getting hooked. And now then, if you're going, like, I remember there was like some town, I forget the state, there were like 300 people in the town, yet they were writing $3 million in opioid prescriptions per year out of one drugstore. That's on you. That's on you,
Yeah. I mean, you know that in 2019, summer 2019, JP Morgan and Bo got caught with 20,000 metric tons of cocaine. Do you think that they were going to a suburban neighborhood or an urban neighborhood?
Well, that's
2019.
Because I seem to remember seeing this commercial, which was, mostly for white people. It's like they said it was like, 20% of, and the numbers I'm saying aren't accurate, but it was like 20% of drug use is in the inner cities. Where do you think the other 80% happens? And it's some white kid on a bike, like riding. It's like he buys some drug. It takes place in a suburban neighborhood, So, I think by the numbers, I'd be curious to see what that is. But I mean, look, we're getting. Say that again?
I was saying the sins of the father are still within the son. It never went anywhere. And so that's when you said the obsession with it. The reason why I went through that line of question was to say that it never went anywhere. It's still here. It's part of the fuckery. The reason why America is not as great as it could be, and it's never been as great as it could be. It's because that original sin never been addressed.
I don't agree with that.
Cypher, who's forcing anybody to buy drugs?
Forcing?
I mean, look.
You said forcing? Oh, no, it's called. Here's the thing. You're right. Nobody is forcing. There is accountability on the other side of this. Let's be honest. Here's the thing. When you create the conditions, you can't blame the byproduct of those conditions for the environment you set. It's to be expected. It was designed that way. It was designed with the intent of the output that you see. So it would be clinically, mentally unwell of a person to judge that which they create.
It's a physician's recommendation. That might be it.
I mean, Cypher, look, I don't disagree with that. There certainly were many things done. And there certainly were many government policies
things have happened for such a period of time, and we never took over the country. We never was super violent in our reactions. You had some resistance, for sure, but you really ultimately had the same people going to war for you and winning every war. Without us, you would have lost every war. Without us, you wouldn't have a country. Without us, you wouldn't have modern civilization. But that right there, that level of hypocrisy is what needs to be addressed. Then you could literally go out and validate your authority from a moral compass. Otherwise, you can just say, hey, I took this shit over and I don't want you to have it because I want to hold on to power.
Yeah, I think, Cypher, with all respect, I think you're over inflating the African Americans' importance in the development of this country, and you're overinflating the oppression to which African Americans have been subjected to in this country. Because I am sure that the Irish in England would completely disagree.
Name of people that have gone through worse than.
It's the worst in the world.
Name of people that have gone through worse.
I just named one.
Who?
I just named one.
The Irish.
Okay.
Whatever with Irish.
2 million died with their population.
Is Ireland still a country today?
Yeah, but half of the people
Does Ireland have a seat at the war at the United Nations?
Jeez, I don't know. But
do they have their same language? They got their own language?
Yeah.
Hardly anybody speaks in it.
1/3 of
and 2 million of them died. Did their government sell them drugs?
No, they starved them.
Is it still going on today?
No, and I don't think what you're talking about is going on today.
What part?
No, Cypher. You can go back to Nigeria and speak the language of your.
That's not where I'm from, sir.
Yeah, well, I know that all Africans come from Africa. So you want to go back?
Who was here when Columbus got here, sir? Who was here?
There's plenty of places. I don't know where you're from. Within the last 4 or 5 generations.
Not in 4 or 5 generations. Since the 1700s, my people, the European side, has been here, and they're Irish. And then my indigenous side, who's also in my PTRs if you thumb through, that older lady is my mother's great grandmother. My mother's 73 as of last week. God bless her. But that's her great grandmother, and she's pure blooded. And we have Blackfoot, Sioux, Seminole, Choctaw in our family, going back generations and generations.
And you can't learn.
And they were reclassified. Some of them were reclassified as Negro.
Okay,
right?
But you can't speak those.
But my thing is that none of that makes sense. Ireland is still a country. It's actually a better country to live in economically than America because their average income is $76,000 a year on a 4-day work week. Like I tell all the foreigners, if you want to go anywhere and be great, fucking go to Ireland. Like there's some great shit over there. And there's Black Irish that's been over there. Like that's been out there for generations and generations. I'm part of it.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive these days.
But Ireland, there's no other people that been.
I think Americans over there to work. Well,
yeah, they are there too. But here's the point. Here's the point that I'm making, guys. And I want to make this very clear to you guys. You're probably hearing me for the first time, but I want you to be very clear about this stuff. Yeah, I mean, I know we go back a couple years, but a few years.
Yeah.
But here's the point. Here's the point, though. I'm saying me saying that is not a victim thing. I don't want you to think like I'm holding on to that or that is something that should be acknowledged and dealt with, not denied. But what my greater point is the value, Alan, that you said I'm overinflating. You would not have the stoplight, central air, the heating, cooling, GPS, fucking blood transfusion, people's heart transplants are clocked. The light bulbs, fucking the internet, like a lot of things that you do and don't know about our contributions, even the 50,000 plus modern patents that we actually got credit for, not including the ones that were stolen from us because we didn't have the ability to patent. Not the militia, not even to mention the 5,000 man militia in the Revolutionary War, and the fact that Crispus Attucks is a black man, and John Hancock, not John Hancock, but the other guy who was the interim president before Washington was a black lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, without us, brother, like, you say I overinflated. I was being very humble in saying it that way. And that being the same, but at the same time, Alan, that's what makes America fucking great. Is that even though that this happened to these people, we still managed to be the 8th richest people on the planet just by way of spending. Our own shit, the pain that we went through is a catalyst for success, and it speaks volumes to the God that we serve.
Yes, I've heard. And that's
because only we could do that, right?
Look at every one of
and we're Americans, though. That's what makes y'all
all been okay. I'm sorry. When you look at the actual claims and the people they speak about, they've all been debunked. If they didn't invent
name one.
Let me think about this one. Like you look at the light bulb. No, the guy who they credit with the light bulb, when you look at his patent, it was an improvement on the manufacturing process to manufacture filaments and it's like 20 years after Edison invented it, or it's an improvement on some other process. They were not the creators of it. Now you want to know they go.
Where do you source this from?
Where am I getting?
Like I think we're pulling that out your ass.
Look up the patents, and that's what you find. Now
I have a few of them.
Yeah. Now, when you look at the list, you come up. You know the ice cream scoops where there's like a gear and you do it. That thing and that's one. The other one is the idea.
What about the mask, sir? What about the mask?
The other one.
What about the stoplight?
Refrigerated trucks.
What about the airplane?
The airplane. Oh, so it wasn't.
What about the car?
Yeah.
Right, Dad?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
But you know what though? It's interesting though. I'm talking about the good and the things that we've done that made America great.
Yeah,
and you're really trying to shoot it down. Hold on. Like, look, pay attention to this. No, let me finish my sentence and I'll go back on mute. You literally are shooting down everything that I'm saying that makes us great, but then you want to be the moral authority of the free world. And you tolerate it. Like, what are you doing?
Because the issue is...
We're both Americans, right?
Yes. So, yes, and as an American,
you have to debunk my shit, huh?
Appreciate the contribution.
It doesn't sound like you're trying to downplay it.
Well, I appreciate them.
But it sounds like you're trying to downplay it, though. If you appreciate it, why are you downplaying it?
All of that is you owe us, therefore you have to pay us back.
No, that's the moral thing to do.
Yeah, we've paid you back $11 trillion. And when the Jews in Germany got 20, excuse me,
$11 trillion. What do you mean?
I think it's 20 billion.
Who paid Black Americans $11 trillion?
Billions. Yeah. When? When you look at the war on poverty and the civil rights programs, which
$11 trillion is what you said.
When you look at, yes, they went to both white and black
Johnson said about black leaders and black people? $11 trillion. Man, listen. Hey, you know what, Alan, you don't have to defend it, brother, because the more you do it, the more you discredit yourself, brother.
Here's the final point. I'm interested in solutions that actually work. And now
we're talking about it, and you get uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all. We're 70 years, 60 years later, and according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, racism is still as rampant as ever. So clearly, and we start looking at the numbers, the disparities between whites and blacks when it comes to crime, when it comes to birth rates, when it comes to marriage rates, on and on and on. If we look at those numbers, we've spent $11 trillion, and those problems aren't solved. I'm not interested in spending any more money on those issues. Number one. And number two, I think the time of living of America is over. Because I've lived through.
How can you even shut that off? Like, how can you validate that? People, 13% of the population, which we're bigger than that. But 13% is what you call us a number, right? Should that our narrative, which is actual literal history documented by people that look like you, isn't a narrative that everybody should adhere? If it's the truth, are you saying that people should believe a lie to uphold some kind of power, moral, you know what I'm saying? Some kind of resolution for power and authority? Like, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying even if you accept it as the truth, the idea that sin, and I'll even use that word, needs to be addressed on and on and on and on.
Oh, no. Nobody's saying that this is a perpetual thing. So there's a real thing. Like Alan, I think you missed the benefit of what that redress would look like. Like, people would stimulate the economy, the global economy. That's fine, Alan. But let me jump in here. I'll let you go for a while. But literally, like, if you did that with black Americans today, do you understand how many jobs you would create, how much innovation you would create, how you could say you actually addressed the issue and repaired those people, and it would greatly stimulate the economy overnight because motherfuckers would just go out and spend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you release it to money alone, because there's a lot of other things that money can do, like tax-free to 33, tax-free again, 66 till debt, free education for the colleges that they not apply for, but they qualify for. If you qualify in that college, you go for free, right? And then there's some money there, right? There's some mental health primarily. Like, you gotta start with that, mental health, right? If you start, the crime goes down, education, innovation goes up, it stimulates the global economy, and you dealt with the moral issue through a financial repair that automatically came back. It's a reimbursement. We're an investment vehicle. We stimulate whole economies. We drive markets. Our influence in every area of sports, tech, science, media, entertainment, all of the above. It stimulates the world. And guess what? We're interwoven together. You just got a problem with dealing with the fuck shit your ancestors and parents
did. I just want to shout out to LeBron James Sr. and LeBron James Jr. for carrying the Lakers past the Houston Rockets. We have a 41-year-old grown man in his son, who's 21 years old, on the same court during the playoff game. NBA playoffs.
First time ever. And he generates billions and trillions of dollars and just influence globally. So I'm just saying, bro, like,
for Cleveland, Ohio, which is almost fucking impossible.
I'm from the O, not too much on the O. I'm from that bitch. Not from Cleveland. All right. Shout out. Yeah. No, 08.
Yeah, well, if you could bring $1 to fucking Cleveland, Akron, you know, Youngstown. You're a fucking legend. LeBron brought a few of those.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
brought the first ring, brought the gas ring.
You know what, man? Alan, are you a fucking covert racist or what? What the fuck? He is a fucking hater. Larry Bird is one of my guys, though. Don't get it twisted. That's guy. I know. Once you went to basketball, all bets are
He is an ass, though. He got to throw a white man in there. You a man at the game, motherfucker.
He hates you.
Right. He's wild, man. Nah, man. I was my guy, though. Don't get it twisted. It's been a minute since we had these healthy debates.
You never saw Bird crying on the floor because he got fouled. I'm sorry.
He wasn't a good actor.
You know what, Cypher? Maybe we should just end the conversation there. We can keep going back and forth. But,
Yeah, man. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, it does go back to what I said earlier, though. Yeah. He is the solution. I think that Trump's existence as a president is a solution to this because it highlights both sides of the coin. On one side, I believe that fundamentally he's right about a lot of his global politics. I understand it. But hold on, let me finish the sentence, brother. But the other side of it, though, it just highlights the undergird of what everybody else is complaining about. And that's why I said it serves as a utility pocket knife, because he has many different vertical sides to it, right? And it can cut either way. Yeah, I can see that shit. But your argument though, Alan, is that you don't want to deal with that though. And that's where we disagree.
Alan, let me ask you something real quick. Did you see Zoran Mamdani's statement about the Armenian genocide yesterday? And if so, what are your thoughts? I need to know right now.
I think every year that there are certain politicians who come out and say, yes, I support the Armenian genocide, and I'm sick and tired of hearing it from politicians. They're pandering to the Armenian population, and when the fact is, first of all, no one in the Middle East cares about what some mayor of New York has to say about it. And second of all, the United States has never lifted a finger when it actually needed to do anything for the country of Armenia. So it is exactly what it is. It's pandering and nothing more.
But do you think he's pandering to who? The Armenians?
Yeah. That's all. That's all.
There's probably more Turks in New York City.
Probably, I don't know. I'd have to look at that. What does he
win out of that? Because Mayor Adams was deep.
Yeah, and when it comes to that issue, some land on the side of Turkey, some land on the side of Armenia. That's what it is. But yeah, they get a certain amount of. Well, maybe you're paying attention. More so because he's got some more notoriety. So the fact that he said it, he got, people notice more. But, I'm sort of that before. I give more credit to Kanye West when he went to Armenia and making people aware of that more than anyone else.
He got a concert.
Yeah. And the fact that he's there with Kim Kardashian, and now all these fans who've never heard. First of all, they've never heard of him. They later on didn't know that she was, half Armenian.
spots they went to the memorial. You know, I give
you give him credit for his, there's just a question, like, all his fans who maybe did not know who he was possibly, and now they're saying,
Kanye.
Yeah, younger.
He apologized, bro. He apologized.
Well, I'm just wondering. I just wanted to see what he thought about that, since we give him credit for.
We thought that he was hard as fuck, but we know Kanye has mental health issues, bipolar. You know what I mean? So we give grace, as we would want people to give grace to us. Kanye, as a rap artist, was the best live performance I've ever been to in any rap artist in my whole life. Okay. Do you understand?
How many performances have you seen?
I've seen him once at the LA Coliseum.
Talking about in Hawaii.
I've seen.
How many performances have you seen?
Music, good question. I've seen dozens of rap performances who've all been horrific, and singing every other lyric out of their song, not giving a fuck, very lazy performances. I didn't do that. He gave the people what they wanted.
I've seen Ice Cube perform, because he was the best I've ever seen.
I'm not, to be honest. I'm a little younger, guys. I'm a little bit younger. Go here, I'm a little bit younger.
This is an ignorant question from a woman who's lived through the 60s and 70s. What do you think of black music being taken over by rap? Do you think there was any kind of conspiracy there from the music business? If you're going to talk about.
That's a great question, because, the popular music signed to certain labels and contracts are getting signed to promote degeneracy, murder, polygamy, all sorts of extramarital affairs, violence. And I think that's more about the music industry rather than anything to do with black culture, because it's a predatory ass industry.
Yeah, it's not. My nephew is in the music, is a musician, been involved, and he has no truck with it. He's gone on his own, but I used to like black music, but I'm
black music.
I think you're pretty young. I think, how old are you? Like in your 30s or something?
No, I'm 45.
45, really?
Yeah, and I'm trying to produce music for people in the music industry.
You produce music? So
yeah, I did. For Busy Bone, Jada Kiss, all of that shit since the 90s. 2000s, I've been on tour with Janet Jackson and Genuine. I met Jay-Z a couple times. I don't know him, but Cameron, Diplomat Records, we've had the same managements.
And now they didn't like saying like these rhymes, but the real shit you get when you bust down the lines.
But what do you mean by
like the fact that it?
But let me ask Michaela, are you referring to like 70s R&B?
Yeah, 70s, 80s. I mean, when did rap take over? 90s?
70s. Started in the 70s. 73 to 78.
No, really?
Yeah. There's actually a lot. My father had an album called Rap Music back in 1969.
Yeah, well, I guess I did like the R&B. I mean, that's
but you realize that the music, you realize that the artists are expressing their perspective of life, right? And you guys have created an environment that produced this.
Yeah, if you find a rapper from the south side of Chicago, he's not going to be rapping about, country music and, oh my God, I just took the fucking kids to school. He's fighting for his life every day.
Yeah. much things have improved. But one thing I do.
How old are you again? How old are you?
75. I'm 75.
My father would have been 76. 77.
You seem pretty strong.
73. Do you know that they grew up in southern Texas?
Your father?
Are you familiar with the Great Migration?
Yeah. From the south.
What do you know about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
From what
My
years?
sister-in-law is black. She went from the south to Chicago.
Boom. And my people went to Ohio from Texas. Right? Now, that right there alone for thousands and tens of thousands of people to migrate out of the South from early 1900 through 1970s, right? What the fuck kind of environment were they living in to where that had to happen?
Terrible, and they got out of it.
And they expressed themselves through music, and things continue to happen. Breaking up the families, busing, civil rights, killed their leaders, the residual or rippling effects. It perpetuated all of this, and then you exploited it. It made billions and trillions of dollars off of it, and then blame what you don't like. I have to sometimes be humble too, because I come from what you would call the old school, and I've made beats. I got shit on YouTube. I was in the streets for real, and lost that opportunity, and now I've been in business for 23 years. But at the same time, like, that experience for me back then, I seen it change. So I have to, when I run into my brothers sagging and shit, I don't come at the now certain shit I just can't get with, like, get out with, you know what I'm saying, get out the way with that. But I tell them about these sagging pains, because my generation was the ones that put it forward, right? And I asked them, I said, I'm like, hey, you ever been to prison? And they're like, no, actually, I'm like, on the yard, that means you're advertising your ass, right? And then the second thing, if you had to run from the police or an adversary, you're not going to get very far. And if you have to fight, you probably get your ass beat because you got to keep putting your pants up. So I apologize to whoever ill-advised you, brother. It's not to your advantage to have your pants up. Men wear belts. Okay? And I always get a good feedback. Now, that's my responsibility as a young black man, right? Because I can't blame them and think that the environment that we created with motherfuckers is done on starter jackets, Jordans, video games, basketball games, the shit that was perpetuated. I can't think for a moment that they should be better based off of the environments that some of them were raised. Now, don't mistake this, because not all black people come from the ghetto, the hood, the any goddamn thing. Most of us are very successful, productive citizens. We contribute greatly to the production of GDP of this country. But they're like every other race or ethnic group, have their own degenerate societies. Ours was manufactured. It was never in our nature to be who we've been. Some of us
that's what I want to ask.
Bred and born in America on sex farms.
This is what I want to ask about. I mean, what I've heard is that the black family was pretty much put together in the 50s, you know.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Manufactured to destroy the family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Think about it. So there's actual
for the whites too, you know, because the sexual revolution, that's what was the 60s.
You guys took part in it. See, you're passing the poor whites and the poor blacks. They literally rock together too. Like, if you heard the term redneck, it came from the 1920s, where the coal miners were fighting against the corporations that sent their private militia to go after them in West Virginia. They had a shootout. And the way that you knew who was on your side is that the white boys would have the red cigar shaker checks around their necks. And it was black and white people dying side by side. That's why West Virginia to this day is still one of the most culturally racist as fuck still, but it's interbred like most people are based.
fine.
It was getting better and better year by year.
When was it better though? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to ask when, because I have.
Well, from when I was a child, I know that the basis of, because of my family, we didn't live in an area where there were blacks, and I know the attitudes of my family was they just didn't know anything about blacks, and they had prejudice, But then my mother worked for the government, and then she worked with a lot of blacks, and I could see that easing up, and I could just see over the years things getting better with white attitudes towards blacks. And
I'm trying to understand when was this?
It was 70s, the 60s, the 70s, and then it just changed.
I see. I'm very close to the times that I grew up in this thing, so I'm trying to understand. From your lineage, you believe this, but I can't perceive it because don't push me because I'm close to the edge of the message. Since you used to like black music, it's built off of the shit that we went through, and the environments that y'all created.
I don't know.
That's why I call it the original sin. It's a convicting thing, but the thing is, I understand for us to get away with it, not even get away with it, for us to call it the past, we have to address it. If you address it and actually deal with it, if you have to forgive yourself, this is not an indictment. It is what I'm saying is that they have to reconcile with themselves by first knowing the truth, first knowing and accepting the truth, changing and challenging your own area. That's an internal thing, right? That's not for anybody to shame somebody in anything. That's just dealing with the truth. And it goes both ways because honestly, God, there's no physical, mental, intelligent way that people that come from caves could rule over people that built civilizations unless the people that built the civilizations played a part.
Yeah, I went to Berkeley. I was there in 1970. I was around the Panther Party. I actually went to their first constitutional convention. And what are you saying that the music that I liked was a result of? Are you saying that was just produced by the music industry? That it wasn't a real reflection of?
Oh, no. What I was saying about the message, which you go back to your time and era, and don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Broken glass everywhere. They were talking about that every rapper had a song about his mom, a woman that he or she loved, about a party that was nice, and multiple songs about depression, stress, trauma, somebody being murdered, killed, down, bad things were.
And they own all the big.
There's still the same thing is out there, but it's more control. So it's manufactured by a small group of people. They get the shit on poor whites that are creating this narrative of criminalization and dysfunction and degeneracy. The parts of that are true are manufactured by the very people that are judging.
Yeah, but what about the Black Panther? I've heard that they were.
What happened to Cosby's? What happened to BET? What happened to Family Matters? What happened to those shows?
I'm not talking about TV shows. I'm talking about statistics.
Okay, so you remember that book with James Earl Jones? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's from 1974. Not sure. But it talked about the black family being split back then. There's multiple documentaries about the work of the man in the House of Laws.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about maybe the little